frequent platform. TTPTV. Oh yeah. Unale we pledge with love and loyalty to we sweet, sweet mama salute. Now we all come together as well on. For tomorrow, now we go make salute.
Conference center, and in order for ensure to bring calm to everything what happen inside the elections, across the country. What's happen I've been to money will bring calm to live. What's happen na Radisson Blue Hotel will bring calm to live. What's happen, across the country will bring calm to live. Like the CEO said, we get over 200 staff, from across the country, stringers, from across the country, for bringing come to in a real-time information at the various centers. Yesterday, we broadcast from across the country. Also, bring come to in a like Asialia, we bring come to in a presidential candidates them. We go for votes, and also bring come to in a Sierra Leoneans them. We also go for votes, and we talk to them. We talk to first-time voters. We talk to people we wake very early, like 4 a.m. in the morning. Then go on the line for votes and express delight because they get the opportunity for vote as well. So let me join with Tim again, Marina. As they will bring come to updates. We also, as you see from the screen, we also bring come to you live update from the Radisson Blue Hotel. Usai international and local observers them go get for updates we on waiting to happen. But first, let me join Marina, Terry, and team now Bintu Money Conference Center.
Good morning and welcome once again. Special coverage of the polling day. Yesterday, the London exercised and democratic rights, and now we all the way to plenty Salomon Godenia, then TV, the radio, and actually you wait for a year, you waiting to be the outcome of the results. Same way, so we see how busy media platform they right now as everybody don't turn, a reporter or journalist or whatever for put them, because people now not to. And the reason we make we didn't ask for updates people and give them live information as they get them from the Ecsl. But we will not them will somehow worry about the outcome of the results. But we just want to emphasize that let nobody not worry. As soon as we get the results, announce them to them people and they. But again, today we will actually dig deep into the process and the aftermath, and same way so the Italian, we're going to ensure that we'll give you the latest new analysis and proper discussion about waiting happened yesterday and same way so happened today. But before I calling them for coming discussion, we want to let one know the human rights commission then get for the so both local and international observers and get for the so and same way so they expect slash we then get for talk on the reports of attack and all links and not forget to say at exactly 12 the independent commission get for hold a press briefing na Bintimani International Conference Center. So over to you. Yes, over to you, Sonia. Let you give you a recap of what happened yesterday.
Yes, like how Marina so when she was joined them live, which is at 12 from the peace commission for waiting the message for be about. But however, waiting the app yesterday, I believe most of them will be there live, they watch everything what happen. As we promised, we ensure for say we do a live coverage for the two main opposition party then with the presidential candidate for cast and vote, which I believe we did. The president lots of the main opposition, they raise complaints and all these things, concerns and all, and they also even the party we call for an emergency press briefing, would then give out recommendations they wouldn't believe people and follow into. And then so however I believe because of that reason the Ecsl back because we can do a quick press briefing, the concerns and things that will be happening at the country yesterday. Of course we believe there were several videos making around on social media. We see that the attacks from Ecsl staff sometimes and even doing the ballot
Yes,
papers
ballot,
them and
yeah.
everything, and from within the information that they say, it's a pass where they end up for create them
yeah.
voter registration card for maybe the registration was the process not stop and for continue with the process. We meant for say they're also even the vehicles
Yes,
them and
vehicle.
even that of motorcycle and they attack some of the ECS. Yes.
Yeah.
So it was quite discussed. So few
Yeah.
happened and all these things, but so
Exactly.
far so good. The whole election process yesterday been very peaceful because we had a lot of people that wouldn't be deployed, a lot of reporters that wouldn't be deployed in a different parts of the Luna life coverage. They do that by updating the public about every single thing where they happen at different police stations. So of course even Seth and the same press briefing, it will also make mention of the closing time and there were concerns raised by people and we will ask questions for say even though the polling station will be open late, some of them be open
Yes,
late and all
exactly.
these things. What are the extra timing where they will be to people and we probably not be able to cover them, they don't go these things at a very early hours. Information I make mention for them, for provide light and all that and from the coverage we're happy. We see for say I think some people were there till 7.
Until 7,
Yes,
yes. And then
yes.
the people that wouldn't be give preference to it
Preference
already
to
be
it,
known
don't did and all. So that's a good thing. Although even citizens that may raise concern for say they against the ID card and not even do vote, they say because they named another part of the registration system. But I believe say these we don't pass down the yesterday and all, and these were things that we don't handle. And an information from ACS will be come out about the Tale Center as Marina say. Very soon they'll be on the street because we can clearly yesterday for say immediately after the whole voting process, then going to begin. Yes, counting the stats and then we'll begin call out today, which is the 25th. Yes. Today is the 25th, you know. So
we get colleague when
yes,
Bakari
when
Marcia we
yes,
put in our LinkedIn, you know, we started to do the tallying and all of that.
yes.
But
So from the
yeah,
them PCS they give us an information about the specific talent centers
centers,
then responsible for giving out results. But of course, that like I said, they can go out. Which one or two, which one
yeah,
not to lie,
exactly.
no.
And one of the reasons and
Yes.
we get Myriad.
Exactly.
We
We're there
can
for
talk small,
comment,
but
exactly,
you know,
and
I
all.
verify and all of
Yeah.
that.
So just as my two colleagues then don't mention, we don't see lots of information, don't they go on our social media. For example, we don't see a lot of women corners, the male version and the female version, then they give results, they talk anything. And point some party people they talk say, oh we don't win. Party A they say we don't win, B they say we don't win. So a point yesterday I started asking myself, okay, if now all two don't win, so that goes on now. Una two go rule we. So, but these are all the we make fact checking more important because people are already they out there they pass on information right now we not come out yet from other people come up to say now this stuff will help here and they announce the results then they I believe work rate and go on right around the country where people then already they pantale vote and everything. So if people don't begin giving information, let me not just take the information, yeah, and then assume say na to let me wait, let come up from who I come up from. And also make the effort for not share them. Because if you said share you will go with the fake information and they spread. For example, yesterday the issue of the paper will be the make round say go to paper where they don't vote for money, you get tick. So later on, after way some slash I verify when I fact look into the issue, then find out say this not just pre-election sensitization paper where they been print before for show people how for vote. And if you watch the paper, it clearly states the how to vote presidential candidate. But this information don't go everywhere. I don't see people don't share. They don't say then they want rig the election and no. Yeah. So you see other side they say 100 ballots paper lost na FSSG. The same I verify then fact check this information and find out say no to two. So at this crucial time now we dey beg una all of una no hear na obia so una not just take am for me to make conscious efforts for fact check and not share information as you just see am.
Yes. So of course like I mentioned earlier, like how you said, there are a lot of fake information going on, and I indicate all these stars around and all these things. But we believe for the people actually don't begin to understand the message because I see a lot of people actually they follow up with AYV Naya as
Yeah.
their life. It's a good thing that they give life updates because they actually they help them. But from the information and the specific respective challenge centers, the way ECSL we don't see, therefore they give out their result, then of course it will be officially announced by the rightful person. They make mention from the information this respective regional challenge center will be Western area, one at the National Data Center, 15 industrial estates, Wellington, Freetown. And then the other one, South region, one at the ECSL regional offices of the Education Road, Bull City, and another one at the East region, one at the ECSL regional office is Aviation Road, Panama City. And then we get the North region, ECSL regional office, one at Azuni Highway, Makini Town. And then lastly, at the Northwest District Council, or we have local city. So then we make an also clear that each panel and only two representatives they allow from whether from the media or domestic, international observer, we will be allowed for the just for ensure for saying, they're not going to stop anything such as for saying the rogue and all this dynamic will get international observers and I believe for look through the process for ensure for say everything goes smoothly and the rightful winner will actually get the in results and all these things. It's quite a tense atmosphere.
Exactly.
It's like
but so far so good. I believe everything.
All right. Fambo, just like what my colleague they don't say, we know say that now social media very, very busy. Everybody they spread, information same way. We don't know who side and they put some of their information and they and some of them thing and they even though certain people can take and like for saying a joke, but some man can actually take say not serious. People are really serious about this election and more importantly the results. So with a big honor that una stay glued to una TV, una radio, and try as best as possible for listening to AYV or any other medium una really consider say go give una the credible information. But with the action that una stay glued to AYV as media so na been Humanic International Conference Center for give una live updates, based on the talent, analysis, just for let una know what's in the book, how the aftermath process the book, or based on the fact that people don't go out yesterday, they don't go cast them vote. Don't be the one for know what's in the bone. So just stay with me as we will join the main studios na AYV Wesley State Star here. Let's go back to you, David Remy Wilson.
Terry and Miriam and also Sonia with Timo de Nadi Bintu Mani Conference Hall headed by Amadou Lamrana Ba. Like I say initially, we get for the bring camp to live coverage from all the talent centers them across the country, and we also get for bring camp to you live from Radisson Blue, Usai would expect the international observers them and local observers them. We get a press conference for updates the press at 3 o'clock. At Bintu Mani Conference Hall, we go also bring come to you live coverage from the Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone ECSL as they will get a press conference. And also at 12 o'clock, the Peace Commission also gets a press conference at Bintu Mani Conference Hall. So we'll get for bring come to all the coverage inside the election process. For reminding again, Usai, then get for also ECSL and Tally centers them. From across the country, Western area, now the National Data Center, 15 industrial estates, Wellington, Freetown. Southern region, now ECSL regional headquarters, Reservation Road, Bull City. Eastern region, now ECSL regional office, Reservation Road, Kenema City. Northern region, now ECSL regional office, Makeni Highway. And also Northwest, now the District Council Hall, Port Local City, now the Tally Center, and them various places that were announced. So, and according to ECSL, the process we don't start from this 8 o'clock morning. And ECSL also in the press release say, then they encourage all political parties them for send just 2 representatives from each institution. From the media house, also the international observers them, local observers them, CSOs, political parties them, and other representatives them as well. Yes, so we want for join Matia, now the regional tele center for the western area. Usai initially update on what's in the happen. So one for go back and what's in the happen, and also plenty things on the happen. Bakari Matia, what are the latest developments, we don't go on so far?
Yes, David, Plenty thank you for joining me back again. At the Talent Center now, and as I've been giving you an overview and really introduction from the next person in the explanation we give now on how the Talent Center they go. Well, the talent itself don't begin. Observer then denial, party agent then denial, journalist then denial, and they observe the process. But I go and forget party agent then. And let them go explain to we within their observation so far since they don't come this morning for can observe the process because one thing we key in all we they talk so now the observation process for party agenda and let we know within really not in concern or within and get for tell we with regards with me I get one of the party agents of the All People's Congress Party. Yes sir, within you name you live on AYV.
Oh, okay. I'm Dr. Dov Edwin from the All People's Congress Party.
Since this morning, what's your observation of the talent process where they carry on now?
Well, first of all, everything is set up neatly and nice, obviously. Everybody's in a glass. We're standing away from them and looking at them in a glass. They look more like little lab rats, and I'm not too comfortable with that, And what else? So far, we've started a bit late. They said 8 o'clock, but as usual, then we're chasing a black man time, and I think we should have started early. We started around 11, so we're already 2 hours late. But my issue and problem that I have, and I'm sure, I don't know if the other parties will complain, is the fact that when you deal with computer system and you're inputting into computers, at least the person needs to be updated somehow. I mean, we need to see some projection. We need to know what is going on. I mean, if you've dealt with computer, if you put garbage in, it gives you garbage out, and if you put sensible material in, you'll get something sensible out. And that is our concern, and that is my concern and worry right now. And my rest of the team are sharing that concern.
So apart from the projection, there are different areas here where you also, as a party, need concentration from the entry of the ballot box to the first data entry and the second data entry. Do you have party agents in all those areas to oversee them?
Well, originally they were just restricting us to two, but then we've put the case across, and now we can have three, because as you know, it's two different sections. You have to go all the way around and out. We cannot be here and then have to go back to the other side. So now we are able to leave one party agent where the RRF forms and the tampered envelopes are arriving. So somebody can be there to watch, make sure that the envelopes arrived sealed, because that's how it should be. It should be here sealed. So we have that. So now we have somebody that is there.
Okay. And lastly, again, we want to know, have you put forward these recommendations to the ECSL with regards to the projection and all your concerns here?
Well, I've told most of the staffs here. So now we're going to escalate it. So we'll obviously have to deal with the external relation and then to the commissioner.
And this tallying also is happening across other regional centers. Do you have representation there?
We do have representation, and they also are beginning to raise that same concern.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, David and we still there live now, and we want to ensure say also we get the party agent them let them explain to we within now the observation now, especially in Creole, so that people go understand. I think now with Dwight. From the Sierra Leone People's Party, we be done Canada this morning and don't see how this tally process they go from our party waiting on our observation so far.
Thank you very much. I will only speak for the time we are on kind. I come this morning, but I began two of my colleagues already ahead of me for can represent the party. So hoping that when we come, there will two be there and there will two be present. So when we come, they say two at a time per political party. So therefore, then we get for the inside and they observe how the exercise they go. What it don't cause me count inside is a couple of 5 minutes ago, one of my colleagues called me within the other part of the building, with them trying to open the box and the envelopes and they report to me say you don't see more than two APC inside the hall. And the interaction with the neck officers, friendly somehow. So friendly for her. So he called on me for ask the next staff then whether now more than two party agents there for the inside. So luckily a good day at the end, I made the commissioner of Western region. So I take the issue up with her. So you get for ask in men then within the for the data arrangement. See how many political party represent for the in this centers there, this center here. Nice, they say not two. Now the other one say, well, because of the issue I don't make it come up, they will make an three. So now they don't accept say now three pan political party. That's the reason why I don't kind sign. But since I don't I don't sign in, I'm there out, they wait for ensure say I relieve the other person we go don't need for to be relieved. For let go out, for let get water.
Since you don't come inside the top and with the way then they come with the ballot box and the way then they unfold them, the first data entry, the second and the review. What's in your observation?
Inside. And as I can say, I get for monitor as to how the thing they go. I know say I'm not entering for me the internet for they become a soft copy. Over and I didn't open the ballot box and the envelopes there. I they say the one that will the data entry clerks busy they do the entries and the laptops there. And so now the machines there. So I they observe done they very well. For over and I got for the in between. I got for the go give back up to my colleague and who side they open the box, who side then they count before ever they count the figure inside within the input. So now we three there.
Okay.
Yeah, the other person there, the one person there on the other side, then back there now.
Apart from the concern will not be not settled with the amount of party agent the way for camp as a party when I get any other general concern for this one particular center.
Oh well, this is the regional talent center. We also understand the APC they make on unnecessary request that they for project the result. Not for APC only the political party they inside. SLPP is in here, PDP is in here, and NGC is in here, other organizations, the CSOs and denier. So APC not go make that request no more because of the one for make a request. If that get for happen, they get for be to the consent and the acceptability by all present for observe this exercise. We have international observers here. Now we get the election, now we get the exercise. But until we accept as parties involved before ever, not one party they can detect to ECSL. Now all political parties for make such a request, we agree on her, let it be documented so that tomorrow the outcome of the result, no party no go blame the ECSL because we want them as we don't see them as credible, transparent. We want for me to continue in that particular trajectory because no one may something happen tomorrow. They say no ECSL beside this, beside that. So far so good. And I will continue from this stage here. But we are observed based on my own observation. When I will get back to me later, then I will give back my own candid opinion as to my observation.
And lastly, this study also carry on across the regional center. Then when I get party representation across.
Of course, SLPP always get party representation across all other, right across, even the election, from the voter registration, from the verification, from the issuing of voter ID cards, and onto this particular election exercise will happen. We get party agent right across the country. As we don't begin this exercise yesterday, we get party agent and now they sleep. This morning I will can relieve them. So they sleep now. So they were okay with the process. However, you understand. So according to one of the colleagues, we sleep now. So we always get representation of the party all over any side we neck they operate. We always get that.
Thank you very much.
Most welcome.
All right, Samuel Wise Bangua and David Emi Wilson, I beg your pardon, we still there across and I want to make sure say we ensure we get all the views of the party agent and I also as well the electoral commission earlier. But I made for understand because I don't talk with the person on ground. We say they're currently busy, they sort other things now, but I'll get them for let them respond. So then claim them way the two major political parties then not claim and also try to forget other political party agents them across for let them tell we waiting at the observation so far. As you know we've been here as early as 7 this morning and we try to make sure we get the process and let people know understand how the tally center they go and how the tally process they go. But quickly before even we go over again, I want to make cameraman Fogi a view of how the process is on and is carrying on. Like as I've been telling you, David Lemmy Wilson the far side you see inside our warehouse now they all the packs and they come off from and now then they offload all the box them and then they cancel the data entry one as will be from That's why we explain to Winaya. We also get the intake, and we get data entry one, and we get Hosai, then they do all things. As you can see, the intake, we then intake the RRF form there, then get into the data entry one team where they do the data entry there, then go do the necessary data entry, and then that same data there, therefore can the data entry two over here. We are going to let me and my cameraman work go down the small level and see the data entry too. Then say they do entry and also not be the reason we make them they do and two ten for confirmation and for they know if all two are the same. Then one not be the other one not be different. So and then after that you also get the review. So you get data entry one, data entry two, and then you get the review. The review now then they over where then they review that data day, and from then and the storage of that data day is made possible. Over there, we also get the journalists them where they observe the process, where they now with from different media houses will be on Canada as early as possible, and they observe the process. And as you can see, the international observer them, we get also PPRC observer, then the European Union observer, we get international observer, the British High Commission, we get the EU observer them. So this is not the setup now the Western Area Data Center now Wellington Usai this particular data entry and they carry on and tallying process they carry on now. So, David and Wilson, I'm going to get back to you in the studio with the guy and get the electoral person on ground now, for let you respond to some of the inquiry them way the two political parties and always also get more political party agents that we present now, let them tell we on the observation and then concern with them get as this tallying they go on now the Western area.
Many thanks to you, Bokari Matia. On the ground now, the Western Area National Data Center, say the results, the ballot papers, them, and all the process towards election, the tally center, for Western Area, now the Wellington Industrial Estates, now Freetown, they Usai Bokari Matia, and they don't talk to the two main political parties, them, representative from SLPP and a representative from APC. And like he say, we also would try to get other representatives from other political parties, them, for seek them, view them with regards to how the process don't go so far. Both political parties, them, don't make them their inputs, despite again few concerns them. But also, we also try to reach out to ECSL as we man on the ground material for talk to ECSL with regards to then concerns there with the two main political parties and raised, with regards to the process so far. But, we also would talk to other political parties then, and if possible for talk to observers them, on the ground for know what they think about the process. Like Matia mentioned, it's stakeholders, within that presence, they now the tally center now Wellington, the data center now Wellington side, we expect all results for Western Area for be done at that particular place and it come to the main center now the Bintumani conference also results they will get for be announced within the process. And Matia show you all part of the center. It show you from Usai the box them would then come Usai, then it puts them from the side and they offload the box them, get the ballot papers them, cross check and ensure say the number within the box they align with waiting and count and with waiting enter also they align with the details them, and from there then send them to another center side then go verify from there, then send them to another center side then go enter the data from the one side to another side particular place also they for verify whether waiting they enter the system also they align with waiting they receive. So all that day we bring come to now that for sure say we ready and one for bring come to now every bit to the happen into this election for letting get details from across the country. We also get for bring come to now coverage now other tally centers them across the country, the southern region, also the eastern region, the east region, and also northwest and north region we'll get for bring camp to all waiting the happen day. We also get for go back to Bintumani. We also get for join with team, for giving updates on waiting the happen at exactly 12 o'clock. The Peace Commission will get press conference. We also get for go to Radisson Blue, side. We'll get forget we teamed also as international observers and get forget a conference also as well. Yesterday, the local observers then, headed by big organization we don't observe elections, in Sierra Leone since 2002. Also began the press conference that updates the public about what's in the happen and how the process don't go so far. So far, we don't get any result, any reports. I'll say by the end of today we'll bring the report from organizations then how they observe the process going to tally, and also since voting going to tally, and as the results could be coming across the country. We'll bring to live updates, like I mentioned yesterday. We'll bring to exclusive updates. Bring full broadcast of the elections yesterday from across the country. We'll bring to voting process na Bo, voting process na Makeni, voting process na Cambia, Kono, Kenema, across Bombali, across the country, including the Western area and Western urban as well. We bring to the process. We also bring to the presidential candidates. We then go vote. We bring to the live coverage, and they will bring to other stakeholders. We then go vote at the various centers them across the country. We also bring to our citizens there. We go vote yesterday. We bring to the live coverage, and we'll talk to them, like I mentioned, first-time voters. How they're excited for go vote for the first time. What's in the vote mean to them, and the time where they wake up. Some then tell us they wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning. Some say 4 a.m. in the morning for going to queue for vote. You see the happiness for Sierra Leoneans then for go vote. At this time, and that shows that there are a lot of education with regards to voting process and the understanding. Most of the people who talk to them say they understand the process. How they get for go votes, within this period. We'll continue for bringing updates on what's in the happen across the country. We'll get for join with team them, McKinney, Bo, Kenema, and Kono, and also Western area, outside the Tally Center, they take place, and also we join with team in Bintumani and Radisson Blue. We'll take a short break. When we come back, hopefully we'll join with team them Radisson Blue or Bintumani Conference Hall.
AYV Media Empire, they bring to Uno One Elections Confidence 2023 broadcast. We aim for make people learn, raise awareness, and get assurance for say the June 24 elections go free, fair, and non-boss.
Attention. Are you hungry for the latest insights on politics and good governance issues from the motherland, Sierra Leone? Look no further than Talking Points, your go-to platform for engaging discussions. Subscribe today and let your voice surge. Talking Points is where smart minds come alive. Subscribe now.
With Talking Points platform, you can dive into thought-provoking discussions, connect with like-minded individuals, and broaden your horizons. Be among the first to know the latest happenings in Sierra Leone. Join us today, subscribe, on YouTube, TPP Leone. Like our page, on Facebook, at Talking Points platform. It's your voice, you are in control. We believe in you. Subscribe now. Like our page. We love you.
Security sector. And we give early warning to government in cases of anything that happen in the country. Because we get with structures all over the country. So based on the early warning then, we are also able for resolve conflicts at our decentralized security committee levels then. That's the chiefdom, district, and provinces then. Then committees they also resolve some conflicts then, where we think say will bring the recipe for chaos in the country. So I appeal to everybody for me them comply with all the institutions that who are responsible for election in this country. Once you comply with then rules and regulations, they say when they say don't do this, not do them. All right. So I want for assure una say again say the security sector will determine for make sure say we usher in a very free and fair election in this country. Very, very transparent, such that the outcome will be credible and accepted by all.
AYV Media Empire they bring to Uno One Elections Confidence 2023 broadcast. We aim for make people learn, raise awareness, and get assurance for say the June 24 elections go free, fair, and non-boast not go take place.
Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone na in the Constitution under Section 32 of the Constitution of Sierra Leone get the mandate for conduct elections, for also do boundary delimitation and conduct referenda and any other activities where it relate to elections in Sierra Leone. Every election cycle, the ECSL and or the country they learn lessons from the processes. And that process is then where they develop the next electoral cycle, would they use that for improve on the system. Now that make for this electoral cycle when at 2020 to 2024, we ensure say some of the issues then we come out during the last election in 2018, we bring that on board for in order for make we improve on the delivery and the quality of the service what they do. People that don't take about 87% of the voters' ID card, despite the concerns about the photos on the ID card, but all other quality checks that will be put meet the requirements in terms of the security. I want for assure the public, Sierra Leoneans, and even international partners that the Electoral Commission where it will conduct 4 or 5 elections. The same staff that we did, many of them still there. We will maintain the same credibility we don't do over the years, and we will ensure say we bring everybody, we'll continue for bring everybody on board so that the process will be transparent and the results we will come out with will be accepted by everyone. The commission is not biased towards any particular political parties, but rather will they serve the people of this country. So let them get the confidence that the same institution will be done conduct election in 2007, 2012, 2018, at the same institution with the staff then within day, and we promise they will continue the good work. Thank you, Sierra Leoneans.
AYV Media Empire they bring to Uno One Elections Confidence 2023 broadcast. We aim for make people learn, raise awareness, and get assurance for say the June 24 elections go free, fair, and non-boast not go take place.
National Election Watch now a coalition of voting and we call domestic observers. In other countries, then they call them citizens observer. It means say the people then at the country now then self come together and decide say make them gather and let them they watch the election so that the election will be credible. It means say it will be people will accept the election and also it will be free, it will be fair, and it will be transparent. Which we can say open, all my way for no say this election they happen and we will get confidence by the election. You always see for National Elections Watch, we fall white, the whites. It means say transparency nine at the bottom line of all what we do. One thing we want for assure Sierra Leoneans them that new pride in self with trustworthy information and you don't they serve Sierra Leone. And so we see election observation as a way for safeguard the peace. We observe the voter registration, we observe the distribution of identity cards, we even observe prior to the distribution of voter identity cards, the display of the register. Some critical issues they encounter the form. People not being glad with the ID card, some people then from where they display the register, the details then come but photo no come. And so one of the things they don't do, don't pull press release and ensure, say, for example, we don't talk through that press release day. So the electoral stakeholders, especially the Electoral Commission for Salone, for ensure, say, they harmonize and address all them problems there so that nobody no go left out of the electoral process. They will feel confident for turn up on the 24th of June and for go cast them ballots, because that ballot day now the voice of every Sierra Leonean.
This is the AYV Media Empire bringing to you an Elections Confidence 2023 broadcast, which aims to educate, raise awareness, and reassure Sierra Leoneans at home and abroad that the forthcoming elections will be free, fair, and peaceful.
I'm Anthony Navo Jr. I am the CEO of the Africa Young Voices Media. We run 3 television channels, which is channel 33, 34, and DSTV channel 399. I'm also a youth ambassador. I'm a mentor to a lot of young people in this country. So our role is to provide a platform to different stakeholders, but also keep a balanced media so that you give everyone opportunity, every other stakeholders in elections, especially the political parties, but also the electoral commissions and observers, international agencies, to ensure we have a peaceful, free, and fair election. I want to assure the public that the Africa Young Voices, as the most balanced and the biggest media inside, will continue to provide that platform for our people, for Sierra Leoneans. But I also want to advise young people out there, don't go out there and cause any problems. Be peaceful, law-abiding. Elections day, go there and vote. Vote safely. Go home safely. Wait for the results. Please, 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 please refrain from violence.
All right, welcome back. This AYV elections coverage and, from across the country. Now, one for go back to the Western Area Tally Center, Usa Umande Bokari Matia, and for giving other updates with what's in the happen so far. Matia, give us some updates.
Yes, plenty, thank you to you, David and Wilson, and of course to Leone Way and the local live. As I've been telling now, I've been promising for come with the representative person of Naya of the Electoral Commission Sierra Leone. We've been on talk to political party agents there on the observation of the opening of the tally from the APC, then raise concern with regards projection. Firstly, I will let you handle that.
Or like any other election, we all know say we deal with thousands of forms, okay, stations. So it's difficult to make with display them because you know give you any clear picture of what will happen and just a view of maybe 20 or 30, and we're talking about thousands of roads. So we'll not go for display land, okay? So and we have never, except for them who get a small by election, we can attempt for just believe. But this one is a very big election, and the number of stations we get for inter is too boku, so we cannot display that.
But the request itself, you get any legal ground?
No. I'm not gonna ask you for doing any legal something.
Okay, and also the SLPP agent being talk say initially on a clearance on being given that 2 representative agents from each political party, but when they come, let me see more than 2 APC, where we make them confront or talk with the Western Area Commissioner. Una be don't settle them and how una settle them.
Yes, as you say, them protocol and they will just implement them or enforce. Not to really say how many possible come, but the commission and them they don't agree say now 2 at a time at the talent center. But because maybe for future in your case, because it's a place to partition, not like the other district. So because we get 3 partitions, so we talk with commission, we allow enough for make additional 1, meaning 1 person go there around this other part and 1 day for receive the form. So they are now like 3 to a political party.
Apart from the two concerns, yeah, I don't get any other concern from the party agenda or other agenda within our.
No, so far that's all. No, that one more than say.
And you satisfied with how the party agenda and the conduct themselves and within.
So far, yeah, we not get any issue, no concern, so nothing to alarm.
And for somebody where enforce them probably they witness tally like this, is there a projected term where then tally then go done?
Well, the process of itself, it depends on how the result forms and they come into the tally. As we are seated, we'll not even get some of the results not see kind. So we are by the final say people that can even go some extent and they wait because results are still coming. So it depends on how they come. Then that's what we'll process them.
After they talk to yourself now, you see Ademakoli again, they share the same concern of data projection.
Data projection is not part of our mandate, it's not part of our policy, and we're not a project. That's just a simple truth.
All right, thank you very much.
Welcome. Yeah.
Yes, David Wilson, that na be Mr. Swage Naya. One of the person where we go to this particular center for they give you information on what's in the area now. As even they talk from the background, I show even the area also. That na been the voice of Adi Macaulay, where even they share the same concern with regards to the projection. We don't know request for, but we already agree within the CSL person don't talk with regards Dande, and I try to ask her whether there is any legal mandate. Because as you know, we always concerned about the legality side, whether in any regulation or in any statute or any projection, there is that law or rule where states say then for do so. But as soon as they may not begin, they do so. Now then small by election, but they are talking about thousands and thousands of forms there within the day with Naya. And according to what I say, it should be practically impossible for them to do that each and every time because they already get up to more than 20 or 40 people let's say with the work now and then data then they're not going to project than the na screen. But we'll continue for bringing on updates as they happen as you know the two concerning and we don't come on and according to Mr. Swage then don't settle and as far as possible. The one will be here from the political party them way come off from the SLPP now with regards the amount of APC agenda within dinner when are more than two with them they say they allocate to them. But the commissioner we in the western area been done solved and now all man get equal representation and proportion of party agenda. The other concern still who they come from the APC is about the projection. But today with Mr. Swage don't talk with regards than this. So basically for now, this is not the update now. We'll continue for the bring on update as still in the camp, but the tally they go on and I ask again with regards to the term for the tally. As you know, this is going to run into hours and hours and hours of tallying. We're not going to say then they announce results today or then they announce that tomorrow, except tallying is done. And like the commissioner of ECSL been non-talk, the National Returning Officer Mohamed Kenawikone, that the Electoral Commission Sierra Leone no more gets the mandate for announced results. We all know people and social media and radio stations, there are projections, there are everything. But at the end of the day, now the Electoral Commissioner gets the mandate for announce the results. So David M. Wilson, if you ask me about updates now, Usade na the data center na Wellington, Usade the Tallinn they go on. This na the present since then and we're going to let me cameraman show you again. Let people get a feel of what's in there happen, and we go on for explain that process again. So people can go understand and know what's in that happen. As you can see, we get media representative them we deny. We also get a PPRC observer, we get international observer them, we get party agent them, we journalists and they own interview with them on their concern, we then get Naya. We also get people that we observe the process. We get the one necessary with the work at the data center Naya, at the Italian center. We then make out the form them to data entry 1, from day to data entry 2, and from day to.
All right, many thanks to you, Bokari Matia. And like we say, dialogue is key, and that we see from what happened at that center. It was initially 2 representatives from each political parties, but later they agree, for 3, and with the head from the Commissioner West. So we want for John with Tim Nabin to Money Conference Center. Also, we made for understand that international observers they go to Bintu Mani Conference Center for get to close the meeting with the National Returning Officer and the ECSL people have been to one conference. So we'll shortly join Amadou Lamrana buying team there for tell you exactly what's in the happen at that place day. As we will bring Cam to our update. We promising I say we'll bring Cam to everything. So for now, let's join Amadou Lamanaba live now. Been to Mani Conference Center, so we understand that international observers them will get a meeting with the ECSL. Let's join them now. Waiting the happen, I've been to Mali conference. So we technical team they work on that, but we'll bring Cam to waiting the happen on that side as we understand that international observers them, gonna be into Mali for get a closed door meeting with the elections team, the ECSL members, them including the national returning officer. With regards to elections issues and what's happening on the election process so far. We definitely get for join Joseph Johnson. Initially, we talked to Bokari Martin at the Tally Center in the Western area. Also, we'll get exclusive updates on what's happen at that Tally Center day. And, we shortly show you a video from the Bintumani Conference Center. Also, we understand international observers them get a meeting, with them. So let me join them now and know what's in the happen. I've been to Mani Conference Center as for man on the ground, Amadou Lamanaba, head of the team.
Usai live coverage that is 399. We also the broadcast on Radio FM 101.7, and as well we did live now with social media platforms. Waiting the happen right now that we get a lot of dignitaries. We don't come diplomats, chairmen or leaders of observer mission. We don't get the U.S. ambassador. We don't come. This now one of the senators them from Liberia. We also did at the ECOWAS Parliament, Senator Snow, instead there and them get a meeting where them forget with the Electoral Commission and forget a closed-door meeting with the Electoral Commission. So it has been busy this time, and a lot of people are coming, and we understand say after that meeting they would expect the Electoral Commission for make a statement. But before that, the Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion as well gets a joint press conference with some other stakeholders for talk about the importance of peace and national cohesion after we couldn't get the results of the election happen yesterday. With the Bring You Live broadcast, like I mentioned, we don't get the AU observer as well, observer team lead as well. We already don't go up beside the meeting that take place. The US ambassador, reaching it was Snow Safe there, is outside there waiting for other delegation. Then we're going to bring to you live updates from here, the stairs of the Freetown International Conference Center as people then they come in for can get this meeting. With the Nabin Tubani, as we've been there here all this while, and they talk about people, they talk about things same way they happen now this place. And we studio as well. They on standby up there. Let's see if we can speak to one of the ambassadors. I think my producer is prompting me. The U.S. ambassador, as you've seen him, is going out. Hello, ambassador. He was here, and I think everybody's busy. Even the diplomats as well are busy here today, trying to get meetings and as well to understand what is happening. But at the end of it all, we'll definitely be speaking, hearing from the Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone on waiting to happen throughout the day, waiting at the issues them we don't come up. As we colleagues ending at the Tally Center, now Wellington, we colleagues ending right across the country. We go now go to we studios who say Marina Terry and Sonia Jafal already set. We go do some analysis with the try to get the Human Rights Commission as well for talk to them. Then we will continue for bringing more updates about people in where they can forget meetings now with the Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone. Over to you, Marina and Sonia.
All right, plenty thank you to Amadou Lamanaba. Just like what you say, this is a special coverage of the aftermath of the polling day. Salon as we yesterday say Sierra Leoneans and go out for exercise their democratic rights, for vote, and for make a change or just add a voice to, and contribute to the future of Sierra Leone. Just like what you said just now, the Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone, who we all know as ECSL, they get a meeting with different stakeholders then, but presently we get the US ambassadors and other diplomats and international and both local observers that we get for Camera, so for can give me updates about what's in the go on. And same way, so we get one of the colleagues them with the all when I'm Wellington, na the data center when I'm Bokari Matia, where they monitor how the talent process they go on.
So yes, like Marina said, in an hour time, or not just a few more minutes, because it don't pass 12. We promise for say it will happen at 12, but the postponement say then we'll do the briefing, which is the U.S. ambassador, different diplomats, and ECSL will get a meeting at 1. So we wait for them. We are waiting again for say. And as Marina said, we get with colleague Matia within our Wellington database center, where they give you live updates of what they have at that particular talent center, and it make mention, and of course from the live photo we see, you can see for say the international observers and they slash members and they all different people they allow for it. Even the political parties then get some representatives and they for ensure for say everything goes out very smoothly for ensure that the whole counting system and all. Yes, it's done. Yes, exactly.
The process they go. We don't say concerns them get for day, but we ask that every is going to be patient. Just keep the peace.
Yes.
And just like how we get a very peaceful process yesterday with the election. I mean, with the voting system, let me just continue that.
Earlier on, as Matty have been pick up some few things, whereas there was this YA guy will be the ECSL they talk say, then get several processes where then they go through doing the tally system. If they mention something like they set up 3 room, where in in the mid room, now the observers then they watch waiting they go left and waiting they go right. It talks say some of them process mainly now for receive materials. They will come all about the fields in which their material there then they after we they don't send them back on a computer where they analyze them and then they ensure say what in person they for fairness. We come up for me, for example, you go to Marina, you go to you. So even if I want rig self, Marina will pick her up or you must
and I may make I believe say Connery make I think in an interview for Ecsl decide he said not 2 different people they do the counting. They not even know each other and all these things. But there's a one person in the center where they try to compare results. So example, if that one person they right go give number seen as 6 votes, then they go give 7, they know say oh there's a clash and something is there. And even the computer they end up for decline and all these things. But like how we say we just need to be patient and exercise because a material we make clearly for say there are results and information going about results and all these things. But the only possible mandated for giving that particular result and electoral commissioner. So we need for just patience and wait. And yes,
now one of the things
exactly.
and one thing so we need for more emphasis on we really need for stress on Andy about the social media
yes.
We don't see plenty people and they go all about to spread results and we don't even know but as a citizen of this country we all say whatever thing get for come out from the national returning officer when Mohammed Kone when I get for tell we the people of this country say na so and so person or na so and so person lost. So they allow we exercise patience and let we wait because it can also in a few minutes time for can get a meeting with some stakeholders. And presently we get the US ambassador to Sierra Leone. Naya, so we instead one for come witness
waiting just for a peaceful and
ensure peace and we same way the European Union get the Human Rights Commission independent commission and we don't say large and stuff they don't come
and even a few political parties and they are around there just for ensure that everything make it will be open actually.
And don't forget there's going to be a press briefing with the independent they organize shortly. There's going to be a whole lot of things here today at the Bintimani International Conference. Just for updates, people about waiting to go on. Because like I say earlier on, a lot of Syrians are worried about the outcome of the results. Plenty people are not beginning projects and results and what are they saying about party A, party B.
Around and social media is a lot of arguments going on. Oh, we don't see the result. This is what's going on. We don't. Or like, okay, this election Just be patient and wait
mind you, it
the
look
actual person mandated for the
colleagues
results.
all there. Sometimes you go look like when they call like you they power, but you never know. It will be say this side and this person. So now say because this side is been laid up and so now this person they will let we just wait for the final results. And I think say if you confuse doing this election about any information, we get few fact checking ups there we go and we go check like the likes of Dubawa and NDI/iverify. Just type sl.iverify.org. You can message them people and make a request for something where you want verify, where you want to know if not true or not.
And personally, if you get any concerns, you can send them to we AYV News Facebook page. Just drop your comments, your questions, based on any doubts where you get, and we will try as best as possible for we do now the updated information regarding the questions and comments and we want to make. But Fambul, we will quickly join we studios back now Western State Tower Hill, but not forget to say a lot of things get to happen in SOTV, so stay glued to we, and shortly we will see who side the ECSL commissioner they come for meet with stakeholders them, and same way so now this same day today the independent commission get for hold a press briefing, all anything that we people in they do where the ECSL commission and other stakeholders they do now for ensure transparency day, and let we just keep and maintain the peace. So over to David Remy Wilson and the main studio, that's our here.
And team now we studio na Bintu Mani Conference Center. Initially you see Amadou Lamganaba, we on the screen we see inside the EU ambassador and other other high personality from across the country. We did a salon for observe the elections. We then have been to my conference hall for get a meeting and observe what's happened during the process. Away from Marina Terry, like we mentioned, we get for go across the country. We start from western area, we man Bokari Matiabi Day, and we also get for go to the south region, Nabu, Usai the CSL regional headquarter. But the east region, let me join with man Samla and Kenema for giving updates on what's they happen currently in the Tally Center inside Kenema.
What's up, people? You locked into the biggest, you know what time it is, AYV TV, and this is Select Talk, one of your hosts, biggest place in the building, Johnny, and I can't be listening wrong. I've got the 90s vibe guy in the building. I'll get us there. Oh, yes.
Not make any position you money label school boss you go. Bring end up on jail. This will get from school. Maybe the next time you face it, you say pass like it.
Don't feel like it's a problem if your friend is supporting someone else.
We maintain the peace.
Anything happen to man at the country, now what is suffer?
Now we not fight with brother. Election will can pass.
Praying is one of the ways that you could truly show that you have concern for Sierra Leone.
Hey, you. Yes, you in the United Kingdom. I bring you exciting news. Over 10,000 plus Sierra Leoneans have benefited since TransferPay launched its money transfer service in the US. TransferPay is now in the UK. You know what we offer? We are in every district across Sierra Leone, so receivers can instantly and conveniently receive their remittances. You can collect your remittances in leons or in dollars. For those of you collecting in leons, it's a zero transfer. For those of you who would want to collect in dollars, it's the lowest transfer fee ever. Enjoy the best exchange rate with TransferPay. More exciting is that you can receive in cash from any of the Ishmael FX pickup points across the country or their head office at 34 Regent Road, People's Pharmacy Building. You can also receive your remittances through mobile wallet and your bank account. TransferPay is fast, reliable, and user-friendly. To enjoy all the goodies, register now on www.transferpay.co.uk or download the app on Google Play Store and App Store.
This is the AYV Media Empire bringing to you an Elections Confidence 2023 broadcast, which aims to educate, raise awareness, and reassure Sierra Leoneans at home and abroad that the forthcoming elections will be free, fair, and peaceful.
I'm Anthony Navo Jr. I am the CEO of the Africa Young Voices Media. We're on 3 television channels, which is channel 3334 and DSTV channel 399. I'm also a youth ambassador. I'm a mentor to a lot of young people in this country. So our role is to provide the platform to different stakeholders, but also keep a balanced media so that you give everyone opportunity, every other stakeholders in elections, especially the political parties, but also the electoral commissions and observers, international agencies, to ensure we have a peaceful, free, and fair election. I want to assure the public that the Africa Young Voices, as the most balanced and the biggest media in Sierra Leone, will continue to provide that platform for our people, for Sierra Leoneans. But I also want to advise young people out there, don't go out there and cause any problems. Be peaceful, law-abiding. Elections day, go there and vote. Vote safely. Go home safely. Wait for the results. Please, 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 please refrain from violence.
Hey you, yes you in the United Kingdom, I bring you exciting news. Over 10,000 plus Sierra Leoneans have benefited since TransferPay launched its money transfer service in the US. TransferPay is now in the UK. You know what we offer? We are in every district across Sierra Leone, so receivers can instantly and conveniently receive their remittances. You can collect your remittances in leones or in dollars. For those of you collecting in leones, it's a zero transfer. For those of you who would want to collect in dollars, it's the lowest transfer fee ever. Enjoy the best exchange rate with TransferPay. More exciting is that you can receive in cash from any of the Ishmael FX pickup points across the country or their head office at 34 Regent Road, People's Pharmacy Building. You can also receive your remittances through mobile wallet and your bank account. TransferPay is fast, reliable, and user-friendly. To enjoy all the goodies, register now on www.transferpay.co.uk or download the app on Google Play Store and App Store.
AYV Media Empire, they bring to Uno One Elections Confidence 2023 broadcast. We aim for make people learn, raise awareness, and get assurance for say the June 24 elections go free, fair, and non-boast not go take place.
Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone, na in the Constitution under Section 32 of the Constitution of Sierra Leone, get the mandate for conduct elections, for also do boundary delimitation, and conduct referenda, and any other activities where relate to elections in Sierra Leone. Every election cycle, the ECSL and or the country, they learn lessons from the processes. And that process is then where they develop the next electoral cycle, would they use that for improve on the system. Now that make for this electoral cycle, when at 2020 to 2024, we ensure say some of the issues then we come out during the last election in 2018, we bring that on board in order for make we improve on the delivery and the quality of the service what they do. People that don't take about 87% of the voters' ID card. despite the concerns about the photos on the ID card, but all other quality checks that will be put, they meet the requirements in terms of the security. I want for assure the public, Sierra Leoneans, and even international partners that the Electoral Commission way it don't conduct 4 or 5 elections. The same staff that we did, many of them still there. We will maintain the same credibility we don't do over the years, and we will ensure say we bring everybody, we continue for bring everybody on board so that the process will be transparent and the results we will come out with will be accepted by everyone. The commission is not biased towards any particular political parties, but rather will they serve the people of this country. So let them get the confidence that the same institution will be don't conduct election in 2007, 2012, 2018 at the same institution with the staff that we then day, and we promise they will continue the good work. Thank you, Sierra Leoneans.
What's up, guys? Welcome to AYV TV. I brought a 90s bad girl in the building with my co-host, right now, Crips International. Now the building.
We're here to meet one of the biggest, the baddest trending gospel artists right and that is Juno Zubairu. You know, I can't wait to see exactly what's going on right now.
Welcome,
the biggest.
Welcome.
Not Juke.
As a renowned gospel artist,
Yeah.
I know you have young people as your
Yes.
audience, as your fans. What would you say to them now?
You know, one of the things that I do value that we have in Sierra Leone that most other people don't have is peace. The tragedy that other countries, you know, experience, we're yet to experience half of it, especially they do on a consistent basis. So I just want to urge everyone out there, you know, that peace is something that we should really maintain in Sierra Leone. You know, there's no need to fight or, you know, to, you know, argue with your neighbor or your family or cause strife between you and people who you know care about you just because of a political party or political differences. So I just want to urge people, young and old alike, if you listen to me and you value my voice, I just want to urge you in this period, just be careful. You know, your life is more important than any political aspiration that you might have or whatever your decision is. You know, so just let's maintain peace. Let's let the love continue, and let us do everything that we're doing out of a pure heart and a pure mind for the sake of Sierra Leone. That at the end of the day, 1 year from now, 2 years from now, we'll be able to look back and say, oh, you know, despite who I voted for, who I didn't vote for, at least I thank God that I am still 3 years in peace and my family is safe. I have my brother here, he's still alive.
Sure.
All these things are still happening, and we know that we still have hope. They say once there is life,
There's hope.
so staying alive and not killing someone or fighting someone. So let's maintain that.
We're gonna have our elections in June 24, and the Pray for Salon is a context which we need right now for so many things.
It is really relevant for us to, you know, pray for Sierra Leone. And if you listen to the song King, it talks about even our leaders, that we pray that God will guide our leaders. Everybody for prayer.
Sierra Leoneans, Kunakushe, Idris Elba here, proud son of the soil. I send this message for Askuna, please. This re-election, let we do peacefully, no violence. Young people there, now you get this election. Now you get the power. If we born the country down, now we get for build and back here. So please, let me not take the country backwards, because we did go forward. We get for change the narrative. Yeah, not only is the world watching, but the entire Africa, they watch we Sierra Leoneans. Other Sierra Leoneans, we the watch we self. I'm a proud Sierra Leonean. I know you're not proud Sierra Leonean. So please do send this message. Tell and say, listen, this re-election, no violence. Please keep them fair, keep them peaceful, let me maintain with credibility. Yeah? Much love.
TransferPay promised Sierra Leoneans in America that remitting money back home would be affordable with ease. It was fulfilled with the lowest transfer fees, best exchange rate, and 24/7 responsive customer service. More users upgraded to level 3, and the platform welcomes more subscribers every day. The November 2021 promo of sending money home with no charge and the best exchange rates increased users and the volume of transactions per day. Now, TransferPay is excited to announce the extension of the zero transfer fees and best exchange rates promotion. But to keep this alive, TransferPay needs at least 1,500 additional subscribers on the platform. So join the Refer a Relative challenge or Refer a Friend challenge now. Invite 3 or more family members and friends in America to register and use TransferPay online money transfer. You know me, I'm Samuel Wise Bangura, and I'm participating in this campaign to help 100% Sierra Leonean business grow. My friends and fans, when we're meeting cash from the US, please use TransferPay online money transfer, so we make sending money home from America zero transfer fees with the best exchange rate. What are you waiting for? It's fast, easy, secure, and convenient to use the platform.
All right, welcome back. Like I mentioned earlier, we go across the tally centers, across the country, Ecsl on put for do the tally of results, with regards to that. But now let me join with team in Akenema and join Sam Alphalai at the tally center Akenema. Hello, Sam Alphalai.
From Dodon claim again, and from yesterday, AYV they cover the election process. The election been done so far, and yeah, where you see now the regional tally center where the ECSL don't set up for make sure say the results and where they come on from Kenema, Kono, and Kailan are being processed here and sent to the national tally center for onward transmission to the chief. We go announce the results then. You gotta take a whole lot of process from here. I think you gotta go into the other day for make sure say then do the best way they can do. The tally center is now set. By 10, you're going to start the process. So now we talk briefly to somebody who go lead we throughout this process for make una know how they get for go about them as we go inside. All right, hello. Good morning. Fine. So talk to the camera. What are we talking about?
Mina Mary I Nicole. Mina the facilitator observer na tally center this morning.
Okay, so when will they expect the tally process for begin?
We actually supposed to begin at 10. We wait for the result because all the officers are set. Everything is being set. We just wait now for the results.
All right, so people that go and know the various things and we don't set now this center, we go easily get this result transmitted for onward announcement. You can take it through.
Yeah.
So like I said, we go look at the various side where the results they come, where you be able to explain you how we go about this process for today and when then we for complete time. Yes, so
this sets where you see we sit on so. Yeah. This part now the material tracking officers then they ask you can rightly see the poster they show material intake. And we get in supervisor because any department here gets in supervisor. So as they see them there, then get in supervisor. Then material tracking there, where the material then they can, where the result they can, and then force the inputs
Okay.
Because if they're not inputs, the data one not go able get the particular result we want. So when they don't input on the data one, then go able track the results. So
Okay.
now that's make them
So now
very
they're the
also.
first contact.
Now then at the first
then get some
contact of
material,
the material.
Then the transmitter.
Then transmitter to data one.
Okay, so they go now to data one.
Yeah, we they go to data input in one.
All right, look.
As you can see, this one we sit on here. When they don't track the material yonder, now they can get to that. So yes, that's an input in one. Then one this one we see now dispatching officer we sit on here. So as we they see, dispatch we sit on these 4 sets. Now that's an input in one day. Don't say yes. Now that's an entry one day. Where they don't enter the data, if they see that shelf.
The shelf
So
over
they
there,
see
data
data entry one shelf, not so. Or that somebody sitting up there when they don't input, they put another shelf. From there, all a person take them and go to data two.
Data two.
Yeah, but now then when they first they input the results.
Okay.
Where they don't input, if there is any problem from data two, then they can go now they review.
Review.
Yes.
Okay.
You understand? But before they can go and the review, they put another archive under. They will only put under if there is nothing, no problem, not show again on the results. But if there is any problem from the archive, they can go outside the review people and see them as they see. So if somebody come, well, like party agents go come, party observers, international observers, now yeah, then they sit them as soon as they see this sit down place. Now yeah, then
Okay,
they
so
sit down.
turn the camera to that seat. Now they wanna put for the observers. They wanna barricade.
Yes, nobody know they enter inside. As long as we see this barricade on this and demarcation, there's no other person not for enter to their one so except like the one the way they walk now, yeah, but you observer, you party agents, you know go cross this barricade.
All right. So let's take them short. How long will I get for this process?
This process get for take almost 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
From today.
From today. We don't start here from then day yeah, so but like the actual
entry of the data
now today. We just wait for the result someone now. We see everybody set now for the result someone now.
Today?
No, now ongoing process till the 2 weeks.
Okay, so basically una your rule. And for una do the data entry. Una send them or una don't una can even print them out and give to party agents.
No, when we done as a commission, we they send them. Not so we know they give to party agents because we the agents they carry they sit down. You don't get anything for country inside here. You just they can observe the way you see. Now you they go so now that's make when the process starts, you know they even allow camera, you know they even where they work now, so you know they bring phone, you know they bring any other gadgets where they show say you can't take any information at this center for go.
Okay, so the time for start this process today?
Yeah, we supposed to start now at 10. We just wait for the results as I be done this up.
But they don't come at all.
And they know more with the wait.
All right. Thank you very much. As another area from and I don't tell you exactly what in there happened. This is not the setup so far, and it has been normal. You know, 2018 also we get a data center we've been set like this, and we don't explain the process to you. But maybe the difference between 2018 and this could be that 2018 the results that they come in, why then they do the entry, that they print them out, but now they don't get that right, and they just forward them to where it is applicable for the send. So this now the ECSL Talent Center, as we rightly don't tell you, and the process they can begin. It's going to be a long process for this particular day, but I know for sure that then go do their work and would I get it right for announce these results na no more na the CEC, when the chief or national returning officer. We'll keep you posted on what is happening here. Thank you very much for watching.
Fly from Kenema, na the East region, Talent Center, na Kenema, a GUI update form. And, you know, like we say, we'll bring update from across the country. USA ECSL Getting Talent Center, the East region, the Western area region, and also the North region, and also the Northwest region, the South region will bring come to an update from all the talent centers and the across the country. Like initially, we see, you know, we also get a center. I've been to Mani Conference Hall, which will bring campaign updates, and also Radisson Blue, which will also bring campaign updates. Continue for watch AYV television, listen to radio 11.7 FM, watch our Facebook page AYV News, and also you also get the opportunity for watch we on DSTV on channel 399 and always social media platforms. Them also you get the opportunity for get live updates on what's in the happen. You know, across the country. Like we mentioned initially, not only the National Returning Officer, we now the Chief Electoral Commissioner for ECSL, Mohamed Kone, gets the right for announce any result, you know, within this period of the election. So we also get for join with Tim Denagadi Blue and also Mamioko. Been to my conference all. Forget updates on what's the happen now the process. We continue for bring camp updates at 1 o'clock. We'll join with team now the Bintu Mani Conference Center outside Peace Commission will get and press conference for updates the public. And also at 2 o'clock, the ECSL gets an emergency press conference, which I then go update the public will then call earlier today. And also from there will come now the studio at 2:30, so we'll get a panel. Then we'll go on through and we'll update now what's in the happen across the country. So we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll join with various studios them across the country.
Hi, my name is Jimmy B. My message here today is very simple. Peace, peace, peace. As members of the entertainment industry in Sierra Leone, it is incumbent on us to ensure that we just don't speak peace, but live peace. For a country to grow and reach its full potential, then that country must be stable and peaceful. Our elections are just around the corner. Regardless of the many challenges, our many differences, we're all Sierra Leoneans. Do you have me family at the big? Make sure say we keep the peace for the betterment of Mama Salon. Blessings.
I am Elaine Kisa, the CEO of Rims International Ecsl Limited, CEO founder, of course, of Liam Rims Foundation, and the host for Elaine Kisa, the Real Talk Show. This one I want to kind of create because I want to talk to meet people them. For we the entertainers, of course, we not public figures them. We get fans that we follow we. So anything we tell somebody for do they do. So this is about to all the entertainers. As far as I'm concerned, I feel like we for able for use we voice for talk to the youth them. Uda dipa and kata kata, for bring problem. We for able for talk to them and make peace reign. Because at the end of the day, you within a community, learn for educates people them. That's another way. Especially now where we decline to the elections, where they understand that violence is not the way. Let peace reign, and of course you can be whoever you want to be. Basically, for me, nothing, no violence. What's that mean? We don't want any problem. I want to talk to all man alone. Let this election be peaceful. All you need for doing for use you vote wisely. You understand? You don't need for fight, you don't need for argue. Like
All right, so the go live now been to Mali Conference Center. Also, we understand that the head of ECOWAS, they currently have been to Mali Conference Center. So, our general team have been to Mali Conference Center. Also, we understand, say, the head of ECOWAS currently did it as part of the process.
We did live at the Binchmani International Conference Center. We did live at the Binchmani International Conference Center. Also, we did expect for getting quick meeting. The head of ECOWAS, Mohammed Ibn Chambers, they can get a meeting with Independence Commission. Just as a way for updates, the ECOWAS head for them situation rooms them and things that we don't they happen, from the start of the election so to the tallying of the results then.
Yeah, and immediately after that, the Peace Commission then gets for do a press briefing for updates public about every single thing with the gun. Just like Marina said, and earlier we get for join we colleague now Wellington Matia we be the give we updates and about everything what they happen at the tally center. Of course, it be say concerns that were raised by the SLPP party about with regards to the amount of political representatives with for the day. The agreed or mandated amount was supposed to be 2, but it happened for peace in 3 people and the way we represent the political party. But however, and so far, they don't try to understand the situation because the essence of ensure a peace reign. If they feel say that amount, they will make everything work out well and everything. Yeah, so they say they allow so ECSLB gets for say they allow all down this, so they're very okay with down this so far. But we will not really get much concerns to be honest. So far so good from the updates where we colleague we say everything seems peaceful and people and then people of course they can get raise they ask question about when the results will be announced. Well, as it was clearly stated by we colleague Matiana Wellington, it make it very clear for say it said the ECSL commission we talk for say then go
All
only
right, Sonia, sorry for cutting short. Now link over to Ahmad
Yes, for
Laranaba
the
as the head of the ECOWAS, Mohammed Ibn Chambers. Don't come now for meet with the Independence Commission for sake of peace and updates about how the about how the election business on the ground so far. Over to you, Ahmad Laranaba.
And we will come back to them as soon as we get that, and they look forward as then they prepare for welcome. And now let me just they see he's coming up with his team as then they can get a meeting with the Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion. Afterwards, then forget a press conference which I commission will talk to journalists. This now the head of the ECOWAS Observer Mission Team, Mohammed Ibn Chambers, we have been Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel some time ago, and he did with his team, and then they can meet with the Independence Commission for Peace and National Cohesion. We bring you live broadcast from the Freetown International Conference Center, now Bintumani. Also, observers and they and institutions them we get role for play. Now the elections they presently there are several meetings that are going on here. Earlier we understand say some of the observers them and the U.S. ambassador will meet with the Electoral Commission. I'm sure that has ended now. So now they get this meeting. So we come into the meeting room and cover this meeting live as then they prepare now for get them seats and have a meeting on what has been happening and how things they go about. If you watch AYV television, we are live from the Freetown International Conference Center. Usai, a meeting will shortly start between the ECOWAS Observer team with Mohammed Ibn Chambers, the lead, and the Independence Commission for Peace and National Cohesion. We get the situation room now, then get the situation room here, and they've been meeting, having a lot of meeting because we're very close to them, and they see meeting and they do. This is a part of them continued meeting with and they get. So we definitely they bring that live to you from the Freetown International Conference Center Usai almost everything is happening now. And we colleague Bokari Matia the Tally Center na the Wellington Industrial Estate, and we there will bring you live coverage of happenings and activities as and when then they happen. The meeting there about for starts, and we go listen to waiting and get for say and speak to the people of Sierra Leone. Continue for watch AYV television to the broadcast live from the Bintumani Conference Center.
And this is a brief meeting before we have a press release that we're going to do also, but we just wanted to welcome you here. And I know you have been walking around and you have been around here for a few days. At least you've tested the ground. And so we just want to welcome you and the team to this special shop meeting before our press release. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes.
On behalf of His Excellency Prime Minister of the Senate, who is leading the AU Observer Mission and the ECOWAS Observer Mission. We also have our sister who is representing the Africa Union elders. So this is really AU and ECOWAS. We have the ECOWAS Commissioner for Political Affairs. We know the work you have been doing behind the scenes, trying to ensure peaceful election and working for national cohesion, which is very important because at the end of the day, after the elections have come and gone, Sierra Leoneans have to live together in peace and continue to build national cohesion, national unity. So we want to hear from you. We are more in the listening mode this morning. What have you found? D-Day was yesterday. How did it go? What are some of the issues that have come up? And what are you doing to try and then let the tension come down so that peace continue to reign in Sierra Leone? So as it's a short meeting, this is what...
Thank you very much. I think we'll just kind of focus on what happened yesterday. Basically, what we have been doing is that we have been meeting here to look at the different reports that have been coming. Our situation room, which has a toll-free number 898, has been very hot. Actually, yesterday it was hot in the morning with people giving information. And immediately we get those information, we collate them and try to direct them to the specific group that is supposed to address those informations. If it's a security issue, we'll call the IG. And honestly, just one call, the IG will pick and tell them the situation and they will respond to the situation. We have also, what we did was at there are times we call the ECSL, especially some of the situations that really came up was the late arrival of voting materials in some of the centers, especially in the Western area. Those things came up. That was part of the highlight of that came in. And we were able to call the ECSL to respond to some of those situations. And they were able to respond to those situations. Of course, we had a lot of this social media, but that also we are able to handle, especially because we are working in partnership with a lot of other organizations whose specialty is to check those facts and make sure they release the right information. By and large, apart from the voting situation and few violent issues that erupted in some of the areas, and the misinformation that was all over social media about stuffing of ballot boxes, which is proven not to be true. You know, the election itself went on peacefully. Largely, it was peaceful. And even though they were able to go beyond the stipulated voting time just to please those to pay for, at least account for the time that was wasted. And everybody that was in the line, as far as we are concerned, voted. So we have not received any information since yesterday night of anybody that was enfranchised because of the time that they started. So that's what has happened so far. And we are continuing to listen to the information that are coming in here and there. But apart from that, we have not got any other adverse reports as up to now. And we are doing everything humanly possible. We have been meeting to discuss. That's why we have a press statement here. We are going to encourage the people that whatever happened, we have to manage this peace that we have all worked for together. We've worked for every facet of the society. People have tried their level best to work to make sure that this peace is maintained even after the election. You know, because as a commission, we are here. It's a permanent thing. We are here and we'll continue to mediate. We'll continue to do the reconciliations that are needed. In fact, we believe that we are going to run more. We are going to really increase our activity and activities. We have peace monitors all over the country and mediators who are sending us information as necessary. And we are feeding on that and acting appropriately.
Was there a shooting incident in a particular polling station, and was the voting take place?
Well, we had our deal, but we have not got any results. I mean, any information where voting was cancelled. We have not got that information yet. There were areas where they stopped for a time being, few minutes, and then the voting continued. But we have not verified any information to that nature, because if we receive those information, we have to verify them to make sure it is true. But as I speak to you, we have not verified any information from any, polling station where voting did not happen. Yeah.
First of all, we also agree largely the election has been conducted peacefully. So this is very much very well articulated, and I think that goes with our findings as well. We also have seen only isolated cases. It's not something which distracts the entire election process, and maybe we'll see later on how it's how this is going to be coming out when the tallying process ends. But so far, I think it's largely peaceful, and we also urge the people of Sierra Leone to continue on with this peaceful process that has been started. And that's a big achievement as far as we are concerned. Thank you for that. And we have seen largely also the security forces have acted professionally and in orderly manner, and that's also a big plus. There are a few incidents that has happened, but we are also in the process of verifying from our observers on the ground. So I think we are on the same page, as you also said. The main thing is that no one is prevented from voting. Even though there was a delay from 1 hour to 3 hours, depending on the election polling stations, but nevertheless, everybody has voted. That's what we verified. And the most important thing is also that people are allowed to vote. Otherwise, the rest is a procedural matter. And that we will recommend how this has to be improving in the next elections that has to take place in Sierra Leone. So generally speaking, it's well organized. But again, the lighting during the evening period in some areas needs some improvement. We know this is a general
infrastructure deficit in Sierra Leone, not only for the election, but in general, the schools didn't have that facility and infrastructure, and you cannot bring it for election only. So it is a general problem that has to be resolved. But the Electoral Commission has done its best by bringing solar lamps that can help this process. But there is a need for improvement in the future in this kind of things, and I think it's very good. Something like, for example, the badges of the polling station workers was not there, and you cannot easily identify the presiding officer, and you have to ask which one of you is the presiding officer. So I think that kind of things can improve, but largely the election has gone peacefully so far, and we have to keep that peace at the end. And if there is any anomalies that parties see, they have to use all legal means to address this issue. And I think we first thank the Sierra Leone people for the patience they have shown and their commitment to vote and transit into democratic process in their own country. And the patience is remarkable, you know. People waited for from early in the morning, 5 p.m. up to, 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. a.m. All these hours before going to the vote. Even though there is delay, they were very patient. And this is remarkable. And I think that we have to applaud and we have to thank the people of Sierra Leone. So I think we are on the same page, and thank you for the clarification. We wanted to know whether there is anything we have to attend for, because preventive diplomacy is also our job. And so as Africans, we want to see this process continues as peaceful as it has been. And thank you, Chief Commissioner.
Yeah. If I could just make a few comments here. We took notice of the especially in the polling stations, as you have said, it's an infrastructure issue, but we took notice of that yesterday, and we are saying we are going to make that part of our recommendation going forward for other elections. We even realized that some of the AS were not too friendly for people who were like what we call the disabled or ability. It was not too friendly, but I know that this is something that did not occur to the people before now. But we are putting that down as part of our recommendation as a Peace Commission, so that going into the future, these are things that they will address, the lighting system, because that's how the buildings are naturally. But also we want to take this opportunity to thank you for sending the FEMWISE, at least mediators that have been here that are helping us. We want to say thank you very much for sending them. And it has been good sharing ideas and learning from each other. And again, we want to say on behalf of the Peace Commission, thank you for sending a very professional team that have been around us. And at the end of the day, this is for all of us, because it's our desire that we see the spirit of democracy, on the continents increase. We have a long way to go, but we believe we'll get there. And as we go, we'll kind of redefine and define it, how it will sit within our own continent. But again, we want to say thank you very much, sir. And thank you to the team.
We'll take a shot. Just one comment with Prime Minister. Because this strong delegation of FEMWISE here, I think regarding the electoral staff, we could have seen more women in charge of the process. There were a lot of young people, which is good, but frankly, not enough women in charge. Exactly. So I think that is an area where there can be improvement also.
We have been having that discussion also here. And so that's something we are taking note of, and that's something we believe, and we are going to work very hard to make sure by the time you're here, action, you will see more women participating, involved, and championing the cause. Thank you. We want to invite you to the situation room, and then maybe we'll take a picture. Thank you very much. Yes, let's take the picture first and then we'll go to the situation room.
So that was statement. You just listened to statement from the head of the board of the Independent Commission. We host a ECOWAS elections observer. She's Reverend Shodanke Johnson. Just address them, and the head of the ECOWAS observer mission, Mohamed Ibn Chambers. We have been former Undersecretary of the United Nations. We cover West Africa and the Sahel. Just don't raise some of the concerns them and forget update from the Peace Commission, and the Peace Commission as well don't react to some of the concerns them, and waiting don't they do, and waiting them will continue for do. You dey watch and listen to AYV television live from the Freetown International Conference Center, which we dey bring to you live broadcast on activities of what is happening. So you dey see and they sign the peace pledge board. You dey see it's been signed presently by the observer team, the ECOWAS observer team. Don't forget, say at 1 o'clock, and I'm sure it's time already. But immediately after this, we get a press conference from the Independence Commission for Peace and National Cohesion, and at 2 p.m. they join the National Returning Officer, the ECSL commissioner, for a press conference. The observer, they go watch the situation room. They go monitor the situation room, the Independence Commission for Peace and National Cohesion, the situation room, as they know they work for me and they show waiting, then they do how they know they coordinate with them teams them outside and all of that. So you watch and listen to AYV, and if you follow in our social media platforms, we bring you live broadcast from the Freetown International Conference Center, and I've been to many who's I observe a mission sim. They don't they get meeting early today, and as well they meet with the Independence Commission for Peace and National Cohesion for understanding they go about Madam, how am I? They explain. Okay.
So our friends of the media, bear with us.
Okay.
Just go for the meeting with the chair.
Okay. Okay.
Let's go to our debriefing.
Yes, the head of the ECOWAS Commission just don't say, then they go get a closer meeting with the ECSL chair quickly. The AU head of mission as well. They return, they were now former Prime Minister of Ethiopia. They return and himself don't go another meeting there. So immediately after this, we joined the Independence Commission for Peace and National Cohesion for the press conference for update the media on the importance of peace after this election. Waiting and don't see and waiting and don't they do for make the public understand and how we will continue for preach peace and national cohesion. A lot of activities happening here today. We colleague Bokari Matia as well, the Naditali Center, na the Wellington Industrial Estate. Musa bring you live updates as in the tally the result them. We get for announce courtesy of the Independent Commission for the Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone, as at 2 p.m. we've been told that the Chief Electoral Commissioner and the National Returning Officer therefore make an announcement and talk to the media as he don't do 2 days now. And we will bring that live to you. But for now, we can join the Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion as then they prepare for the press conference. The chairman of the Political Parties Regulation Commission, Mohamed Masiambe Bangura, INSEF there, Abdullahi Masiambe Bangura, sorry, INSEF there. They joined the press conference, and the board chair of the commission, Reverend Shudanke Johnson, as well there, and they get prepared for the press conference. The executive secretary of the commission served there, Madam Alisa Mai. We will join the team now for the press conference.
Good afternoon. Okay, now we're about to start this order. We have somebody here representing from the board of
I need to stand. Where is stand?
إياك نعبد وإياك اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار اللهم صل على سيدنا ونبينا ومولانا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى إبراهيم في العالمين مجيد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. Now God bring peace to the world. May we have peace. Salli ala Muhammad.
Thank you very much. We just have some issues here. Because it's a press conference, the press are asking that they take this side of the table to ask their queries. Right? Pardon? It's okay? Oh, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure we know our institution, the Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion, with a mandate to show and coordinate peace and national cohesion for our beloved country, Mama Salome. And against this background, we have been working with the elections, and we're here to do a debrief of what we've done and some of the actions that we've taken and some of the things that we'll be doing. And now wish to introduce to you our chair, Reverend Dr. Shudanke Johnson.
Good afternoon to everybody. Let me use this opportunity to join my executive secretary to unreservedly welcome everyone to this preliminary statement. In preparation for the elections, the Commission trained 650 peace monitors and 160 mediators who are deployed across the 16 districts of the country to identify and report issues that pose actual or potential threats to peace and national cohesion. Additionally, the Commission established a peace situation room to receive and analyze reports from the field with key institutions like the Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone, ECSL, the Office of the National Security, ONS, and the Sierra Leone Police for swift response through their various referral desks set up in its peace situation room, and at strategic level led by a team of national mediators who have remained in contact with the leadership of the electoral management bodies, EMBs, and the ONS and the police. We are actively involved in negotiating the release of those arrested and detained for demonstration-related offenses. Furthermore, we use preventive diplomacy to mediate between the APC party and the Election Commission, Sierra Leone, co-chairing this effort with the Political Parties Registration Commission, PPRC. Our team of national mediators was supported by 4 experienced women mediators for FemWise Africa, with support from the African Union. Our partners with institutions such as the Legal Aid Board, the SLP, the Early Warning and Response Coordinating Center, the Independent Media Commission, the I-Verify project of Sludge and B Media, which focuses on debunking fake news and misinformation, and the PPRC, have all contributed to ensuring that our responses and interventions were timely and effective. Thus far, the Commission's call center, through its 898 toll-free line, has received 2,407 calls and 966 WhatsApp alerts and videos from our district peace monitors. These reports include isolated cases of threats of violence related to allegations of ballot stuffing, late commencement of voting, and supply of voting materials in some areas, particularly in the Western area. Other reported issues include intimidation of polling staff by certain individuals, late deployment and insufficient security personnel, among others. These factors have contributed to increased political tension in some polling stations, particularly in the Western area, as reported by the ICPNC Peace Monitor. Additionally, we responded to reports of security threats to ECSL staff, mainly from the Western area, by coordinating with the security sector to ensure their safety. Upon receiving these reports, our team of analysts comprising media data, security, legal, political, and human rights experts consulted and made necessary referrals to the relevant institutions and authorities for swift remedial actions. The Commission observed that the overall situation was peaceful from the start to the closing of the polls. We acknowledge the commendable role and commitment of traditional and social media outlets in disseminating peaceful messages and advice to the public, urging them to refrain from violence and maintain peace and security throughout. However, we know that there were various instances of misinformation, particularly on social media, which had the potential to fuel unnecessary tension in and around the polling. Therefore, we urge the general public to cultivate the habit of verifying or fact-checking content before sharing information on social media to minimize the spread of disinformation, particularly during and after the elections. In conclusion, the ICPNC would like to congratulate all Sierra Leoneans for exercising their democratic rights on 24th of June 2023. We are proud of the level of patriotism demonstrated during the course of fulfilling their civic responsibilities. We remind all citizens that as a nation, we have a sacred duty to maintain and protect the peace of our country at all times. We urge everyone to remain peaceful and law-abiding and allow the ECSL personnel to carry out their duties without any impediment as we await the official announcement of results. The ICPNC has observed several emerging post-voting tensions and increase in violent incidents across various districts in the country. Therefore, we call upon the security forces to enhance vigilance and security in all parts of the country as we approach the conclusion of this aspect of the election process. Finally, we would like to remind everyone that while there can only be one winner in this democratic race, we can all be winners if we conclude the election process in a peaceful manner. May the Almighty God continue to sustain peace in our beloved Sierra Leone. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. Moment, maybe we a few questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Ba from Information for All, Executive Director. My question to you, Chair, you did mention that mediation is still ongoing for arrested protesters. So did those arrested detainees still be given the chance to vote, or there was no opportunity for them to vote?
Can you please?
You did mention there's still mediation for those who were arrested because of that. My question to you is, did those who you are claiming that they are still mediating, there were opportunity for them to vote or not?
Well, most of them were released before the election day. Most of them were released before the election day. And I believe if they are released and they are registered, then I am convinced they voted. That is my assumption, because they were released before the polling day. Yeah. Any other question? Yes.
Thank you again, because I'm not seeing other question. Let me add one more. So also, you mentioned fact-checking. Can you give us some information? How do we go about fact-checking? Do you have any recommendations that we can follow to do our fact-checking? I
think the fact-checking was really done by iVerify, and they have, I think it's done with Sludge and BBC. They have a professional team that has been doing that. And yesterday they gave us a briefing here about the things they were able to verify. And also because we have monitors, these monitors on the ground, some of the things we receive, we also fast-check them in our own way before we even call, maybe if it's going to be security issue or anything relating to any of the other peace actors. Yeah. Yes, please.
You mentioned the issue of negotiations, so facilitating the release of people who were arrested on the basis of protests and related incidents. How can you compromise the enforcement of law with peace? How can you juxtapose or synchronize the two? The enforcement of law, especially at a crucial moment like this, obstruction of the electoral process, if that is, or that was the case, or obstruction of enforcement of the law, if that was the case, with peace, which you seek to promote in this instance. How do you strike a balance?
It was that we walked up, and we have a legal person who sits as chair of PPRC, and we have other legal people. Most of the people that were released were people who maybe just because they came out to protest, even though it was against the law, because they did not go according to the due process of the law. So at least we're able to, in the interest of peace, we're able to negotiate that And even though technically they went against the law, but yet, because of peace, justice had to tamper because of peace, and they were released. Those who had adverse situation handle, but because that was part of it, that was the people. To meet that demand. Yes.
If I may add to what the chair for the Peace Commission has said, the arrested available offenses, and the fact that they are admitted to bail has not put an end to the ongoing investigations. So the police are still investigating, but they needed to be granted their freedom to exercise their franchise because the offenses were all bailable.
I'm already seeing the two major political parties claiming victory in the as tallying process is underway across the country. Actually, I believe you will agree that results you mentioned earlier about negotiations, reaching a compromise. That question could also be answered by PRC. By reaching out to these political parties to maintain the peace, maintaining the peace that already is being maintained so far since the polling started or the electoral process started.
I think the claims and counterclaims by the two political parties is not a new thing. Those are antiques. They've always get themselves in. And I'm sure when eventually the mouthpiece of the people and the person of the national returning will have pronounced the verdict of the people, we'll expect them to be respectful of that verdict because all of them were seeking the mandate of the people. So whoever tuned to have that mandate, the others are expected to respect that.
And we also took cognizance of what you are saying because one of the things we also do is to reach out to them for them to know that, because those who have names anyway. Again, we did not verify. We saw names, but we are living in a technology world. I mean, people can do anything. So before you even, we just have to reach out to be sure, did you put out this information? At the end of the day, there might be somebody seated somewhere just trying to create some confusion. However, as the chairperson for the PPRC has said, we are just waiting for the person that has the mandate to give us a final result. But still, we want to see how we can, talk to them and tell them, can you please hold on to all of these things because part of, it will create some confusion at the end of the day.
No other way to possibly ask to verify. It's already on the official Twitter accounts.
So we will just negotiate with them so that they will either, stop what they're doing and wait, because it's definitely some of the things that would trigger confusion. Yeah, that's true. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Fodima Conte, and I write for the Calabash newspaper. As we all know that the Italian process is currently going on, and there are issues about projecting. And we know that after the Italian process, we'll be having the pronouncement of the results. And in most cases, we know when it comes to pronouncement of the results, what it means. So as a commission, what has been your mechanism put in place to ensure that when issues of violence, whatever thing that will arise after the pronouncement, you'll be able to ensure that you handle those things that will arise?
monitors, and we are also working with other peace actors, like the security, and that's how we have really been working hand in hand with the PPRC. They also have apparatus put in place, and other peace actors have apparatus. We're kind of reading from each other and saying, what do we need to do concertedly, just in case there is any escalation of violence. We will continue to encourage our own job as Peace Commission, is to continue to encourage and appeal every Sierra Leonean that at the end of the day, there's going to be a winner. And so somehow, if people have problems, then let's use a legal means. You know, what we have in our constitution, if there are challenges, let's go to the court, you know, rather than, you know, coming out on the street or creating any problem. So that's our appeal, and that is what we'll continue to drum. That is what we'll continue to tell people and encourage them to do that.
Yes, Reverend, these results are not secret. After counting in the polling station, they are displayed. They are pasted there for everybody to take a snapshot, and the party agents were given copies. So if somebody chooses to manufacture figures just because you want to placate your supporters and that kind of thing, it's up to you. The results are in the possession of every party agent, and I'm sure even the observers, they had copies. And, so there is always a way of verifying it. It's not a secret.
Yes, please. Good afternoon. I'm one of the peace mediator for the Situation Room for Peace Commission. The concern that I have is this. I think that it's now time for we members of the peace mediator and peace ambassadors to be in our different communities to carry out the message before they announce the result. I think we need to do community outreach to our young people, even our community leaders, for them to understand. Because my fear is this: when the result comes out, what will be the fate of our young people in our community? It end up to be violence. I was over yesterday when they were giving announcement at Wilford. I see what happened. We have to calm down the situation, and we did not have enough security at that area. So majority of us have to go and talk to them when the results we are counting. So my concern is this: I think the commission needs to put people out now, the peace ambassadors, the mediators. We need to go now to the communities, to start talking to the community people, them to understand that what comes out of the results, we have to accept the results, and it's not to have violence, intimidation, and any other thing. So I think the commission has a role now to play. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is God Bless Otuburi, ready to leave. We've also been the process. We observed the process in the city. And I would say that we've actually outperformed what some of the skeptics were thinking. However, piggyback on what this is the time. The question I would ask is, and then I'll make a comment to that. When she said the stakeholders should go to the communities to do outreaches, I think it's important. My comment to that: is it possible both the current president and opposition candidate, we put them on TV right now? Can we put them on radio right now? Can we get those who have contested a different to re-echo the, no matter the outcome, do not take laws into your hands. We will go through the courts. I'm saying this because we just had an election in Nigeria, and part of what we did was that we got the candidates, everybody, after the election, even during the election, to consistently make that commitment to their followers and their supporters. And I know that if candidates come out right now speaking with one voice and saying, no matter the outcome, no matter who is declared winner, do not go out there and cause violence. We will seek redress through the court. I believe it will go a long way to douse the tension, and I believe we can have the Nigerian experience even in Sierra Leone.
Now, for the peace monitors and peace ambassadors, most of them are already out there in the community. So yesterday we started thinking about how can we increase the level of, messages, even changing some of the content of the messages to address what has happened after the election. We have also tried to, even today, we're trying to get to the presidential candidate for the APC. We've made a necessary arrangement to get to him. We already have plans to see how we can get both of them to say something, in relation to what you have said. We have not yet got but somebody's trying to get to the presidential candidate for the APC, and then we also get to the sitting president, so that they will come out and make a statement in that direction. But we are committed, very much committed, to continue to appeal and talk to people. And that's a message, so that people understand that at the end of the day, we have to accept the result. And if we have challenges, that we respect the law, go to the law, so that the law, we can walk through that. And that's just an appeal. And even now, that's the appeal I'm making. We're making on behalf of the commission and our team members and peace actors, that all of us, we know, all of us, every Sierra Leonean, if this country is peaceful, it's for the good of all of us. If it's chaotic, all of us will have to bear that pain, and we don't want to go back to those days. And I'm really, really hopeful that we're moving forward, and it will be peaceful, even though there are all these doom prophets all over the place. But we are sure that this is going to be peaceful. We are going to end very well.
And that besides, I think the two major candidates, they have made that pronouncement severally during their campaign trail. I've heard Dr. Samura Kamara saying that to his supporters, and I've heard His Excellency the President also saying that to his supporters. And they have both signed the peace pledge that was organized by the Commonwealth. So I think what we need to call their attention to is their responsibility to the country. They also owe a duty to this country. They also have a responsibility to this country. They are not children that we can babysit. They all know that they have a responsibility. So, I mean, it's just about reminding them of their responsibility. But in terms of committing themselves to peace and accepting the results, if you have issues, you go through the due process. They've made those statements severally. And you mentioned the issue of Peter Obi. Yes. After the Nigerian election, all of the engagements I've had with my political parties, I've always referenced that. I mean, it shows leadership, in spite of his feelings he had about the results. But I did not hear him calling his supporters out to the streets. I think the strongest word he used there is the elections will go down as the most controversial in Nigeria. But he never insulted any public institution or public official, nor did he call his supporters out. That's leadership. So we expect that everybody that is contesting this election to show that kind of leadership, to put the country first. We cannot be babysitting them all the time.
To echo what has been said, the PPRC and also the Peace Commission. At this point in time, as national mediators, we are appealing to everybody, to the general public. Everybody who are doing everything public, and the counting is taking place and being cast even on live TV and radio. So you'll be rest assured about issues which they have of malpractice. And again, I want to appeal to everybody who is now glued to social media. What you see on social media, kindly leave it on social media.
because on social media, a lot of results are being manipulated and sent from one person to another. We know final arbiter is the returning officer, as the chair of the PPRC has said, the election commissioner. And himself and the ECSL put out a statement that tallying is taking place today at district level, regional level, the results will come down. If people are so interested in the results, they should contact people who are involved in those tallying processes. They should not rely on results they get on social media. Sierra Leone has gone through a lot, and this has been the most peaceful election so far in our history. And we want to ensure it continues like that. We want to also appeal to everybody who is out there to respect the law. Already, the little running up and down 3 days ago, a number of people have been arrested. Some are on bail, some are still being investigated. I want to appeal to everybody, ignorance of the law is no excuse. The jails are full, we have enough people in the cells, and if I could use the word suffer, everything you should do, remember that you will have to go and suffer, not another person. As head of legal aid board, when I go into the correctional centers, you meet people sitting there saying, it is Satan that led me to come here. And I tell them, but Satan was not the person who was arrested. And you are the person now sitting here. And they say, Mommy, what come out? I not go there this kind of thing, no more. But I want to tell you, don't even try to go there. The results are going to be announced. If anybody has any issue, the courts are there. There are judges now nationwide by the judiciary and assigned nationwide. And everybody have access to those courts. And we want to see less numbers behind bars, especially for electoral offenses. And for people who think there are civil issues, please use the courts. But if you decide you're going to come out, you should know that is not a civilized way to vent out your grievance. Then you are behaving like somebody who does not respect the law. And the law will also not respect you. So as we are concluding these elections, when the results are announced, I want to appeal to everybody out there. In elections, one person is going to lose and another person is going to win. For me, I always say power comes from God. Whoever God has been ordained, whatever the case will come out. If God has not put it down that you are going to be a leader, so let it be. We have a lot of dreams on earth, but not all of them are successful. So for those of you who want to dance, as ECSS say, dance Safo. Those who are going to celebrate, celebrate Safo. Those who are going to lose, sit on Safo. Those who want to be out there, make sure whatever you're doing, Safo, Safo. Because when the law bites you, you will be long gone in the correctional centers. Maybe by the time you come out, the next elections will have even taken place. Because some of those offenses, which are electoral offenses, they carry jail terms for more than in excess of 10 years. So I want to appeal. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for being here for this press conference. We are please encouraging the media, because we have another press conference, to visit the situation room so that maybe we'll have some more questions while we're there. So you're all invited to the situation room. And thank you very much. We thank the media and our partners. Thank you very much for being here.
That's the chair of the board of directors of the Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion, Reverend Shodanke Johnson. And now the team, they go now the situation room. We just already the press conference from the team here on some of the things and we do happen and waiting they do and how then on the cover the election, monitor and as well for peace and national cohesion. We now one of the roles and responsibility as the National Commission for Peace, the Commission for Peace and National Cohesion. The PPRC chairman as well there, Abdullah Masiambe Bangoa, and we as well get the executive director of the Peace Commission, we na Madam Saleh Awa Samai. They lead the team now for go show the situation room, decided on the work as a commission before this election and as well during the election.
Coverage from the Bintumani Conference Center, Usauman Amadullah Manaba. Bring come updates with regards to what's in the Bintumani Conference Center. Also, we see a press conference from a joint press conference, Peace Commission and the ECOWAS and AU. The press conference in terms of how we should be able to build peace, national cohesion, maintain peace within this period while we wait for ECSL National Returning Officer Mohamed Kone for announced results with regards to the election. So from that point there, we get to go back to the Bintumani Conference Center. Also, I would expect the ECSL boss for update the public with regards to elections issues. But for now, let's move to Radisson Blue and join with main studio in Radisson Blue live as we get with team already set today. Over to you, Olanka and Elizabeth. Now we main studio in Radisson Blue.
Radisson Blue. It's how we also they keep up with happenings from around the country, and of course we get this another hub where we get and the importance of this hub actually for also gather findings, gather reports from international observers as well as the local observers on how they carry on with their observation on the election process. I forget that they would also see Iranians and go to the polls, and today actually post-election, we still they try for listening and get everything we can get from the different elections observers.
All right, as Elizabeth say, we there so for the monitoring they happen around. We don't they go into press conferences, we join press conferences for with the observers then get for say. So that will give for updates now waiting they happen post election. Yesterday was very peaceful. Kudos to Sierra Leoneans. We had a very peaceful election.
This is the AYV Media Empire bringing to you an Elections Confidence 2023 broadcast, which aims to educate, raise awareness, and reassure Sierra Leoneans at home and abroad that the forthcoming elections will be free, fair, and peaceful.
I'm Anthony Navo Jr. I am the CEO of the Africa Young Voices Media. We run 3 television channels, which is channel 33, 34, and DSTV channel 399. I'm also a youth ambassador. I'm a mentor to a lot of young people in this country. So our role is to provide a platform to different stakeholders, but also keep a balanced media so that you give everyone opportunity, every other stakeholders in elections, especially the political parties.
So as yesterday we be there out and about. You get Elizabeth and the team. We be there Mafa Field. You get the other one. They will be there going to press conferences. You get with other studio. They link up to win up into Mani Studio and also the headquarters. We there also for observe, but they will do observers them and get word from them. And as Una know we there so just so inform Una for give Una credible information. So Una no go here then say and Una feel send out to go. So always remember say anything where you're in our state must tune to AYV. We radio, with television, we there for inform on waiting they happen on ground. And yesterday, when I see how much information we bring come yesterday, and today we also don't kind of back today. We still in our Radisson studio. We get into money and also the headquarter where we give you more information. Today we were there, so we tell you now about the peace observers. Them and we're going to bring them come inside for the talk to them and let them tell we also let them also keep for inform me on waiting they happen. You get Michelle and Double D where they on standby also for tell Michelle will tell you waiting they happen in the social media world, and you also get Double D where going to tell you about the entertainment world waiting they happen pre-election, during the election, and also post-election. We did also today for keeping us informed. We don't go through press conferences. This morning we've been get press conference them with the G7. Then we don't witness the been to money there. You know, we're up much small, but and for Leone, no small more. For you not being here, you will not be no low explain to you waiting be happen. Elizabeth.
And also, before we can so now studio, also we don't watch when AU and ECOWAS they actually they give their findings with the National Commission for Peace. They
Yeah.
actually talk about verification of certain facts there when they actually get out yesterday, and also they mentioned even one of the information where they give was the information on stuffing of ballots
Ballot
actually
box.
was verified and it actually was not true, and so then give them missions observation during the election process yesterday.
Yeah, and also the ECSL was during one of their meeting, and then they say they be even go out above stipulated time. The one where they say people are not be able for vote. Then say they not get no verify information about that, because then even go above the stipulated time for make space for accommodate the one they will not for vote, because they know say some people then they will not be able for vote, will not be able for start for vote quick because they start late. And even the observer then say themselves notice certain thing where they go bring accommodation for. There was nothing serious way happen yesterday because the security forced them, according to observers, then they said security forced them be there on top of every situation. And then say there were delays between 1 to 3 hours, but that was compensated for where the ECSL boss even confirmed that during the meeting. Then said they notice it was the observer then say they notice say everybody votes. So if you get any issue, according to the observer, then say everybody votes, and for them they see the election was peaceful, was free and fair. If you don't say you get any issue after the election, what happened during the election day, make sure say you go through the legal system. Yesterday, I made the cell boss be say them be get the situation room number where they put up when at the 898, and when you send you information and you send your complaint to 898, then they directly link you to the police area, then they act on them. And yesterday, so far, we say kudos to the security force. We not be getting no big ala minus the isolated incidents, we not be getting no big ala, and the observer themselves congratulate them because they're really on top of situation. Ecsl say they not get no verify information on polling station where they no votes, because yesterday they say some polling station then they will no vote at all. Ecsl say they not get no verified information about that, and even the observers themselves say they no see nothing like that one day.
Yes, and same way, so from the just concluded press conference where happened into Manile from the Independent Commission, they actually tried for congratulate and advise Sierra Leoneans, even though Michelle can rob much more, but that's later on. Actually comment Sierra Leoneans and also advise me that we be careful with the information on social media, because some of them misleading and get the potential for actually carry on threats or for fuel unnecessary tension.
So basically, most of what's in the observer then they say, then they congratulate Sierra Leoneans on a very peaceful election, as we say kudos to now. Then say no major issue not been there, but however some of the findings that then been get also anything major, like one being the way then they talk about the lighting system, especially in place the way in a school. But they said the one they are just normal infrastructural differences where they will give recommendation on. But they say largely the people the election be largely peaceful, and then they recommend thank Sierra Leoneans them for their patience, because some man be go snap in a line for long, some man be done there from 5 o'clock morning, they're unable for votes quick because police station they're not open quick. But they admire with patience, they admire with tolerance, they admire with resilience. Yesterday, so all man say then go vote and go complain at the ballot box, and that's what we did. Nobody no fet, nobody no allow you go vote your conscience and come out this for one. So largely, then said the election was largely peaceful.
And even as we there, we keep in touch with the observer missions. Tomorrow, the EU said for do the press briefing for actually giving the first preliminary findings, and of course we will join them live now from Radisson Blue at 2 p.m. But as we carry on with the day and we try for join other press conference where Ecsl said they organize from the Tumani, we will like to join the team over there.
Okay, so so far waiting we get for the 2 years today on, as I don't say earlier, we get for bringing the election observers them on board, because for now then they try for put the information together, they're not going for talk to we yet. So when they put the information then together, we then near them we go try for bringing them come follow talk more on their findings and also some of the recommendations them. But so far as I say earlier, then say the election be largely peaceful. The only thing that we then notice, another thing back then say, another thing we then notice, then say the staff, then the polling staff, them they were not branded. Most of them were not branded, so we make it difficult for let you know who than a polling staff or who than not a polling staff. If you get issue, make it difficult to know who that's for good talk. So those were some of the findings, and then go bring up recommendation. So and you know these are international people, so they're not able to talk to me right now. So then say later, and then go find them for can talk to me on the observations and the findings and also the recommendation. But even at that, what they bringing people here to can we get Michelle where they stand by right now. We have to waiting to happen on social media. We start the advice if where we go get for people that radio on social media, the seeing them this information they win are true and the information they win are lie. The fact check they all don't do through social media. We go bring information and come away, go debunk some of the fake news them where they go on social media. They will also get double D. We go talk about the entertainment world. I just say they get one or two entertainers then for or more small or what's happening at the entertainment world post-election, and also during the election yesterday how entertainers they help for promote peace and oneness yesterday during the election. So continue for the day with you. We there also for the informuna and going to update on all what's happening till we meet back. Low link to the other studio them around.
So before we actually go, you know, who will be responsible?
is the chairman and national returning officer for the 24th election. He's going to give it on the post-election as well as detailed election day activities. Without much ado, I will want to invite the chairman and chief electoral commissioner, national returning officer, Mohammed Kennedy Kone. Chair, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with my colleagues in this electoral space, or I normally say the brothers in crime, or the brothers in good deeds. I'm here with the chairman of PPRC. I'm also here with the national coordinator of Office of National Security. They are both here to provide updates or information to the public concerning yesterday's activities. I hope all of us rested well, because yesterday we had SAFU elections. And I want to extend special appreciation to political party supporters, Sierra Leoneans, our international partners, and local partners who supported the process. People are saying, if not the best, but it's one of the best election day in Sierra Leone over the period. And that is in line with the promise we made to this country when I assumed office, that I want to supervise an election where our children will be going to school and ordinary people will be going about their normal businesses. And yesterday there was no ban on the vehicular movement. It means people were free to move about their normal issues. So I'm here to give an update or provide further information to what we presented yesterday. Let me again repeat that voting took place yesterday in all polling stations nationwide. In some polling stations where polls did not open on time, voting continued beyond 5 p.m., ensuring that all those in queue voted. At polling center code number 16148 St. Anne's School, for instance, voting went on till 11:30 p.m. and counting was done in the presence of political party agents and observers. Similarly, at polling center code 16140 Amaria School, polling continued till the presence of political party agents and observers. Despite the attacks on our staff, and despite the fear or threats given to us, we ensure that everybody that show up to our center given the opportunity to vote. And I especially want to thank the security sector for their professional approach to all the agitations, which were in some areas were evident. They were able to pacify voters and Sierra Leoneans to stay in the queue and went through the process. As we speak, the RRF form, that is the result reconciliation forms, are being received at our district offices. Some of the result reconciliation forms earlier received have been taken to the respective regional tally centers for processing. The rest will be transported to the regional tally centers in the next few hours. In other words, we have received some result reconciliation forms at our centers, and the tally of results has commenced. Counting of early voting ballots, this is related to the pilgrims, did not take place in the Western Urban, Western Rural, and Bombali districts due to violence and high level of tension. In Western Rural, a Delta police officer stationed at center code number 15012, IEC Primary School, Waterloo, prevented the counting of early voting. This caused huge tension, and ECSL Assistant Director had to be whisked away by the commanding officer at Tumbo Police Station. The Commission will make decision on the next step in line with this. We had indicated that we were going to count the early vote ballots at specific centers in the district where the voting took place. And therefore, the intention was to take these ballot boxes to that center to be mixed with others so that we count there. But this particular police officer created an impression that the ballot boxes were kind of had issues, or we are trying to stuff ballots, and that led supporters of political parties to raise tension, and we did not count these ballots in these specific areas. Tally had commenced in all regional tally centers since this morning. It actually started about 10 o'clock, and it is going on peacefully. In addition to the election information, this information relating to the polls and the tallying process, let me also remind or inform the public that, as we promised, the tallying, the physical results are being used to do the tally at the districts, at the regional centers. Even though we had used our app to transmit results, but we promised that we were going to use the physical results. And we have all political parties at our respective regional tally centers, despite some level of threats in some parts, like in Poloko and in Bombali. But security have been alerted about the incident. The other issues I want to report to the public: in Bombali district, elections coordinator Abdullah Jallo was beaten along Mabroka Road in Makeni. Also in Bombali, Hassan Karim, office assistant at our office in Bombali, was beaten and seriously injured on his way to deliver supplementary ballots to a polling station that was running low on ballots. Ballot papers were retrieved intact. At polling station code 10271, RC Primary School, Mbesene in Lunsa, Poloko District, a presiding officer was beaten for simply carrying out his duty. Also in Lunsa, Poloko District, two election coordinators, Umfa AS Bangura and Alex Suri, were also beaten with one of their rented vehicles with number AP A731 vandalized. Again, in Poloko, a female election coordinator, Marcia Tukonte, was also beaten and she sustained serious injuries at Kagbantama. 6058 DC Primary School, also in Kwenadugu District, serious fighting took place which led to the burning of a hire motorbike. This fighting initially disrupted the counting, save for the prompt intervention of the RSLAF that ensured counting continue. Again, in Konadugu District at 6087 Center, DC Primary School, Kamukalia, our staff were attacked and parliamentary ballot box broken, not destroyed. or simply they were doing their official responsibilities. The polling center manager at 7082 Baptist Primary School in Mabruka, Tonkolili District, who was incidentally the headmaster of the school, James Bobo Fuller. James Bobo Fuller was seriously manhandled on false allegation of ballot stuffing. I think some of us saw some of these social media posting of an elderly man with blood oozing from his chest. That's the man. He's the school headmaster, and he was beaten. He was rescued by the police. His video is making round on social media. Also in Tonkolili district at Bendugu, Sambaya Bendugu Chiefdom, youth pour fear on election coordinator Ibrahim wanting to set him ablaze. He was rescued by the community elders. So these are the sacrifices the commissioners and staff went through, or the pains went through in order to deliver our national service. And no politician will talk about those incidents. Instead, they will create fake videos and purported our staff are being involved in malpractices. But these are the realities of elections. So we are used to it. The most important thing is we stood our ground and ensured that the election suffered. And we are happy from comments from international partners. At least we have passed this test and will continue to pass the remaining tests of this journey. Thank you. I now call on my colleague, Chairman PPRC, to come and give an update. Thank you.
Still. The PPRC, we have been working 24 hours around the clock to ensure that we create the enabling environment that we had yesterday for the conduct of the polls. And yesterday we also that by way of a preliminary statement from us, our observation, because on polling day, we also become observers. We actually do not have anything to do officially other than to observe the polls. So we were in an observer status, and as I said preliminarily, we are satisfied that the elections were generally very peaceful. After I cast my vote in Freetown, I went to the provinces, that's from Makeni down to Bo and Kenima, to see what was happening there. I only came back this morning. And all of the places I went to, the electorates were very comforting. And the turnout, in our opinion, was very impressive. I mean, it's outside our mandate to talk about percentage, but the lines we saw are indicative of the fact that people were determined for their voices to be heard. And so they came out in their numbers and they exercised their franchise. So we think that it was very impressive. And even the weather was very clement. All of where I went, I mean, there was no rain. The people were there, the place was sandy, so even nature was supporting these elections. And our people came out without being subjected to any rain. This is we all know it's the rainy season. Some of us, we are fearful that let there be a very good weather for the polls so that our people will have the opportunity. And as a commission, we know that the people have spoken. And all of us are now waiting to hear the verdict of the people through their mouthpiece, their statutory mouthpiece, who is the National Returning Officer. And from all of what we have done before now, all of the engagement we've had with our own partners, who are the political parties, very critical in the electoral process, we are very much expectant that when the results will come out, people will like the results and respect the voice of the people. All of them were jostling for the people's mandate. So if any of them is opportune to have that mandate, we'll expect that those who may not be opportune to also show some respect to the people, to accept the verdicts they have given. And we will continue to remind all of those participating in this election, particularly the presidential candidates, of the peace pledge they signed. which was something that was undertaken by the Peace Pledge Committee through support from the Commonwealth. And in that Peace Pledge, they all committed to respect the electoral laws and to accept the outcomes if anybody will have issue, either with the conduct or the outcome of these elections. All also committed in that document that they will seek legal redress. They will follow the due process and nobody will take the law into their hands. So we will hope that they will leave the commitments they signed to in that peace pledge, and people will not just sign the peace pledge because they wanted to offer political correctness. And we have also seen that quite a number of results are doing the rounds on social media. And of course, as we all know, those results are not official. As I said, there is only one person that has the mandate to pronounce the outcome of an election, and that is the National Returning Officer. So we'll encourage everybody to be patient and wait for him to tell us what the verdict of the people is, and then all of us will move on towards the development of this country. Some of those results we are seeing on social media are clearly intended dissent, and I want our politicians to realize that they also have a responsibility to this country. All of us are supposed to do what we can to keep the peace and to ensure that we move this country forward. So we call on our constituents who are the political parties to continue to show the goodwill they have demonstrated so far throughout the campaign period. We had skirmishes here and there, but largely the campaign trail was peaceful. And of course, yesterday was absolutely peaceful. And we think that they will continue on that trajectory to continue to support and respect the wishes of the people. We also called conference to give you detailed information of our observations, and during that press conference, I think we will want to also do the same thing, calling our partners also to make statements and see how much we can do. The politicians to be tolerant and to be accommodating. I have always referred to Peter Obi. When he lost the election, we all know the promise he held when they conducted, and almost everybody in Nigeria through their support. So when he came out otherwise, he didn't call his supporters to the street to wreak havoc. He took the legal path, and then by that way, he was able to save his country from chaos. So we will encourage all of our politicians to learn from that example. Leadership is about selflessness, and leadership is about selflessness. So we expect that our politicians will demonstrate this. I mean, the process has been peaceful so far, so let us continue to be peaceful and to promote the interests of our country. Thank you all. Thank you.
Coordinator for the Office of National Security.
Thank you. Director of Operations, Ecsl. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm extremely happy part of this Ecsl press briefing this afternoon. But first, I would want to congratulate the people of Sierra Leone for their comportment in making the work of the security sector very easy. On the basis of security, I'm pleased to report that the general security situation in the country is within the entire country, in spite of the isolated incidences in some parts of the country. We have, as a country, honorably discharged the period in which it matters most, when the whole world is looking at us to see what Sierra Leone will look like during this period of elections. Prior to the conduct of the just concluded multi-tier elections, the security sector had promised the people of Sierra Leone and the international partners that it will discharge its responsibility professionally to ensure the peace and security of the elections. It treated this in several fora where when I did a press conference with the media, to meet the international observers that indeed we are going to have a very peaceful election in this country. That is based on our preparedness. The sector, we had actually prepared ourselves to ensure that we make sure the security of this country is peaceful, and that the people go about and vote, and nothing will happen to them. Though what the CSA was referring to, we have few isolated incidences, which maybe I may talk about that later. At this point, I am so elated by the professional performance of the security sector in ensuring maximum security throughout the voting. It is the responsibility of the security sector to protect our country and also be very happy to recognize the role of the men and women security forces and aides. Our security forces have done very well, and therefore I must congratulate them and recognize them at this point, because in such an election, when we started, most people thought that Sierra Leone was going to burn. But prior to the campaigns and voting, I think as a sector, the people of this country cannot judge us that they have a security sector to look up to protect them, in spite of the incidences that happened during the voting, where Ecsl officers were attacked, where other people were attacked based on rumors, because some of these things are rumors and perception, because people have perceptions and they do not trust the people that had created that kind of mayhem, where even people were supposed to be lighted, to be burnt. Ecsl materials were destroyed. Some boxes were carted away by some individuals. But all of these incidences happened in just one part of the country, and that is the north and the northeast. Just one part of the country. You are all testimony to know how these things happened. Before this time, there were a lot of allegations that the Southeast would not allow polling agents to vote, or they were going to beat polling agents. But I'm sure the observers who went to the Southeast clearly showed that things happened very peacefully. So for those activities that had already taken place, the police is investigating, and they are far gone in the investigation. We are hoping that the culprits will be brought to book very shortly. Although it has been challenging, yet we have sailed through what could have been seen as troubling period. Coordination at all levels was distinctly excellent. For this, I commend my colleagues in the security sector for their level of cooperation and collaboration, and encourage all of us to remain firmly focused on our respective mandates. So far, reports received from across the country indicate that our personnel carry out their functions dispassionately and professionally. We appreciate the Ecsl fortitude in the midst of a number of technical challenges to live up to public expectations likely. I believe our domestic international observation missions may be reasonably satisfied with the output of our collective efforts. Equally, the significance of the role and the level of cooperation from all registered political parties during the electioneering process cannot be overemphasized, even though some overstep their boundaries. It is important to recognize that elections everywhere in the world are not devoid of disagreement. However, the focus on managing and containing our differences within acceptable legal boundaries is what is most important. There's always the procedure, the law. If you think you are aggrieved, you don't go to the street to do unlawful demonstrations. I would love to encourage everybody, when results are read, if you think, go to the court. But when you choose the pattern of going to the streets, as a sector, we will not sit by and allow anybody to disturb the peace of this country. I have said that severally, and I'll continue to say that. Investigations into grave electoral infractions reported to the Sierra Leone police are at an advanced stage. Those who would eventually be found culpable, I repeat, will also be brought to book again. I would like to entreat all of us to remain patient until the ESL announce final results of the elections. And those who would win should celebrate modestly and within the confines of the law, while those who lose must respect the decision of the electorates. People must desist, especially political parties, from announcing results. It's only the CSL, the chairperson, that has that constitutional rule to announce results. We are standing by to ensure that anybody who attempts to announce before the CSL announces their results, you also face the full penalty of the law, because it's a crime. And therefore, we will not sit to allow people to announce results, get their people in the streets. I'm using this medium to warn all those. I'm seeing some audios and videos coming out of somebody who are talking as if that they are going to announce results. As a sector, I'm warning those people who have those intentions to desist forthwith. Anyone who feels aggrieved should seek redress using the court of law. Anyone who feels aggrieved, I want to repeat this again. I want to repeat it so that people can understand clearly. Because we're not too far, maybe 48 hours from now, I don't know what may happen. So people who believe they are aggrieved must use the court of law. I'm emphasizing this because of good reasons. The areas that the ECSL mentioned that these people have been attacked, there are some critical areas which maybe these are very serious areas, like Tonkolili. In Tonkolili, they almost wanted to light the ECSL officer, to burn the ECSL officer. And the person who directed that is also a personality, which is not too good for our electioneering process. The boxes were carted away. In Lungsha, the same thing happened. The ECSL people was destroyed and the individual beaten. The police officer was also beaten, the female police officer, and they were also beaten. You see, this is the area where sometimes people want to ask questions. or say statements to say the police is being high-handed. I'm sure all of you can attest to the fact that this election went peacefully, hearing the sound of a bullet. Nobody was allowed to fire a bullet because this is a civil election. Is about civil business, and because it's a civil business, we wanted the police to take preeminence over it, the privacy. But irrespective of that, you have civilians who took upon themselves to be attacking the police officers, to be attacking ECSL officers. For us, that is most unfair to us. However, we requested them to exercise some patience in reacting. That is why you saw there was no tear gas, there was no bullets out there for anybody, because we thought this should be a civil process and everybody should take part. If there was bullets, some people would have been scared to go out and vote. But the turnout was very high. In fact, to me, as this is one of the highest turnout in this country, the people who are high to vote. He says the chairperson said I should leave that to him. But because of those miscreants, those hooligans who thought they should take upon themselves to attack other people, that's unfortunate on the part of those, especially those political parties those people belong to. Moving forward, we have already pre-positioned ourselves at the tally centers to ensure that the tallies are done peacefully and results sent to the ECSL HQ. As I'm talking now, all of those areas, we have our security personnel. And we are also moved into the areas where they are pulling where the polling took to support the ECSL to ensure that those ballot boxes are brought to the regions. That's currently being done. So as a sector, we are again appealing to everybody, as we have done before the voting, that we must cooperate with the security sector, work with us for us to go to the end of this process. We want to have and to see a peaceful conclusion of this process. Announcement read, people jubilate. And let others join them to jubilate, because it is not going to be a one party. Everybody will be winning. It's not just one political party winning. Everybody, Sierra Leone will be winning. It is Sierra Leone. So take yourselves in all political parties that Sierra Leone will be winning and not a political party. And the security sector will remain with you to protect you and provide the enabling environment even after the elections. I want to thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. At this point, we will take a few questions from the public, and Mr. Jones will coordinate and solutions. Thank you. Just if you remember what the name, I won't be talking about that. Now, this may be probably for the ONS. This leads to the Italy of attacks on police stations, and police stations, particularly police center managers. I mean, one would see clearly semblance of lack of adequate security, especially for staff of the ECSL at these centers. And reports reaching me also indicate that that a few protesters are standing outside the same regional office in Makini with placards shouting, "No projection, no counting." Now, if we have seen attacks on staff at these centers, police stations, or say police center managers dragged, beating, all of these, what security apparatus do we have to guarantee safe counting process? Thank you.
As much as journalists, to Mr. Commissioner, now we hear about projection of police. Can you please clarify the issue about party, the political parties are asking for the results to be projected? Thank you very much.
First question is for the ONS coordinator. There were reports yesterday about firing gunshots at some polling stations. I want to know whether that was something you captured as part of your security updates, and whether people were arrested and how investigations going. And secondly, Mr. Commissioner and National Returning Officer, when will the Commission start announcing the results of the elections? Thank you.
My question is for and can you confirm that there was no death yesterday?
Hi there, Portia Cranky. Mr. Monet, can you confirm that there are party agents from all parties?
You don't? All right. Yeah, we can respond to this.
Publisher as a 2026 paper. Mr. Commissioner, at Police Center 1648 St. Anne's, polling could not take place yesterday. The allegation was the voting could not take place. I want to know if that is aware by the Commission or the ECSA. That's one. Two, also there are claims of gunshot yesterday at Bethel Center as well as Kaikili Center at the eastern part of Britain. Do you aware of that also? Thank you.
This question, my name is Patrick Salia, and I work for the State Broadcast at SRBC. My question is for the Office of National Security, National Security Coordinator. We just wondered against premature announcement of results. Already, if you go through, I just asked the PPRC boss, a short while ago, if you go through the official accounts of some of these political party officials and cohorts as well, you realize that they are already claiming victory, landslide victory, for that matter. Landslide victory, and you just wonder against those premature pronouncements, because the figures may not have been there, but then claiming landslide victory underscore that especially. How do you respond to those slips?
The first one from the SLBC Director General, he was asking about the lack of adequate security in some of the polling stations, and that was maybe the reason why those attacks were done. I will categorically say no, it's not correct. There were security personnel in most of the polling stations. Now, I have told you, election is a civil process. We have refrained from putting security personnel in those stations with lethal weapons that was scared of people. So what happened is the general duty police officer was there with other police officers, but they had no weapon. The ones that had weapons are far off. And here you are talking about a crowd of people, great men. And all of these incidences that happen in this town and even all of the other areas, you had a crowd of people moving with maybe just few. And for this particular election, we used 17,000 in almost all of the police stations in the entire country. We had the RSLF there to support the SLP, but at a far distance, over 300 meters off. Because that's the law. You should not go closer to the police station. So all of these things that happened, it happened because we wanted it to be a civil business, a civil affair. All of it could now be less Islam moving forward. But it was not because of lack of security that these people were attacked. In most cases, the attack took place even so spontaneously. You know, while they were, for instance, where they had a mismatch of a voter register, they want to take that voter register to go and bring a new one. The crowd became agitated. They thought people are going to cheat. They thought people are going to do, people are suspicious of everything. That's just a pigment of imagination that these people want to do this and that. All of those things, some of these, the attacks in some of these areas. Okay. But I will categorically say that we have security all over, everywhere. The people can attest to that there were security presence everywhere. The other one, somebody used to gunshots. Say whether they had gunshots. I don't know whether they were gunshots, really. I never heard about gunshots because for some of these things, we have a national situation room. It should be reported if there are gunshots. So for me, there were no gunshots. I had no gunshots. There was somebody asked for me to confirm whether there was death. Yes, there was. Yesterday, there was no death. No death occurred. But just this morning, the fellow who was attacked in Tonkolili, alongside with another person, I was informed that he died just this morning. Before coming here, I got that information. He was mercilessly beaten by the attackers just this morning, you know. The claims of counter claims for the announcement of results. The one you are seeing, I'm also looking at, some of them are posted on social media. Some of them are there. For me, we look at social media, we monitor social media, but we'll react to them. When you practically want to do what we said you should not do, that is where we can come in. All right? Because sometimes people make statements, and then when you go to their WhatsApp page, they will tell you somebody else has used my WhatsApp page. You know, so there is nobody to compare whether somebody else or somebody used their or it is who did the thing. So for us in the sector, we will continue to warn people. Yes, they have the right to put it in there if you want to put it in their WhatsApp pages, but they should not announce results. Nobody should announce results. The one you are putting out, those people you are putting out, that is left to you, because the figures you are putting there may not be even correct. You know, it's a question of announcement. Like when I saw one audio, somebody say he wants to organize a press conference. Nobody is going to organize press conference in this country to announce result. We'll not allow you to do that. The moment we know you're organizing a press conference, we'll make sure nobody sits in that room. Nobody sits there in that room. So, Mr. Patrick, I want to assure you that the question of premature announcement, let's wait and see. We have warned people, and even before the election, we advise people also not to go to the streets. When you vote, go home. Yesterday, we were everywhere trying to talk to people. All of these areas they are talking about where this crisis took place, we visited all of those places yesterday. Myself and the team, the IG, the CDS, and our other colleagues. Even at St. Anne's. I was at St. Anne's yesterday up to 11 o'clock. We had to let the people vote. We don't allow them to say you have to vote. We allowed them to vote yesterday. There was some problem, but we had to, that was amended. You know.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You know, when the security personality is talking, you see, it talks, you know, with force, so that everybody will understand what that means. For us in the electoral space, we talk slowly, but firmly, and assure the public that everything will be fine. Before I respond to the questions, let me recognize again my brothers on my right. These are all electoral management, head of electoral management institutions in respective countries. I have here the chair here, for Electoral Commission for Tanzania, the chair for a commission from Burkina Faso, and the chair from Malawi. He, in particular, was here. He started the review of the Public Elections Act 2022. He did the first review and made recommendations. The one from Justice Kachali from Malawi. He developed most of the policies that we have based on the recommendations of the 2018 elections that led to the enactment of the Elections Act 2022. They also have accompanying commissioners from these countries. They are here to support me, not to everybody, just me. And we also have our sister, the chair from Liberia. She's right there. To thank you. Some of you might be planning to return, and you came, you saw, and you will go in peace. But be rest assured, your presence here gave me a lot of confidence as learning and supporting mission. I appreciate your coming. Thank you. And I also want to recognize our brother Sano of his salon or his Leone. He brought the idea of having a medical center or a clinic just at this center, just in case anybody, you know, collapse or any medical issues. So even if you want to check your blood pressure, we have the nurses just across. So thank you so much, Sano, and your organization for that wonderful support. These are all initiatives that we think we've added to this process to make it more, you know, just like fun. I usually say when I go to observe other elections, we have moved into electoral tourism. And that was the reason we brought everything at this end, so that at least our visitors will contribute to our GDP for this 1 week or 5 days. Thank you all for coming from for our international partners. So let me go to the questions. I will add to the question by the director of SLBC relating to the security of the tally centers, in addition to what the coordinator provided. We have received some stress call from our staff, just like what you read there, and we have contacted the security sector. They have increased the deployment especially in Bombali, at our Bombali office. So they are there. That question relates to this issue of projection. I think for the past 2 weeks, we have been bashed for using technology. People are asking us to tally, to project results. I think projecting results are all part of technology. So that's contradictory anyway. However, we did not plan to project the tally of the results as they process. I know people are referencing what we have been doing during the by-elections, when we only have one station to manage, few stations to manage and one election since I came in. But for this magnitude of result that we have to process within a given time, it is practically impossible to have projector that we provide the entry of the results of 8 or so personnel who are entering at different times. What we had promised before, and they know the procedure, that we will print out the results, which will be certified by the district returning officers, and we give them copies of the results. And they are there. I can also confirm that all political parties are present at our tally centers. We give them allowances of 2 political party agents or observers to be present at the tally center. They are all there. Watching from my CCTV. I can see even international observers are also there. AYV, I saw AYV as well, and some other media houses. So the process is very much transparent and people are enjoying the process. I also want to inform the public the ballot boxes are still at some locations which they are retrieving to the district offices. I was particularly reminded about this from my director of operation because of the experience he had. I think, was it 2012? He was mobbed very seriously. After the polls the following day, he went to retrieve ballot boxes with some materials, and they thought that was the ballots, special ballots, stopped with ballot papers. And he was saved by the police. So I just want to use this media to inform the public our staff are still retrieving materials from the field. Results, I'm sure all results are now at the district offices and staff are moving with them to the regional center. Please don't see any of our staff carrying a ballot box and you start shouting that they are carrying stopped ballot boxes, please. So as I mentioned, we are not doing of the tally as the process results. Announcement of results, provisional, you say, or interim results. I will come back to that. I have to go back to my staff to know the extent to which they have tallied results. And once we get reasonable percentage, we'll call press briefing to announce what we have gathered so far. And we really want to expedite the process. And we want to see how best we can do that so that the politicians who are already claiming victory, I'm asking them to wait, because what we have received is not official. You want to appeal to your political supporters, but please wait. The Constitution gives me that mandate. At least this one few days, let enjoy and small. Of course, St. Anne polling station, it's not true voting did not take place. It took place. That's the station I read from my statement. Polls ended, voting ended at poll at 11:30 yesterday, and the ballots were counted, and they will form part of the results. Yeah? we had series of issues from one problem to another, to the extent our staff, the temporary staff or the hard work staff left the station, one of the stations. We had about 7 stations. 6 went on, and the last one, there was nobody. So I have to pull my directors to go there and supervise the voting. So we were able to conclude that. Of course, parties claiming victory, we have told them they don't have the power to crown themselves. And if they had that power, they should have done that long ago without even going to the polls. So let them wait. We'll give them the figures. Any other question? One more set, please.
Abraham, my name, Executive Director of Citizens Ecsl Leone. This goes to the Chief Electoral Commissioners. My observation is why they are moving these boxes to another census. You have any representative from every political party that will move together with those people? That's my question.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Marcos Bangura, the managing editor for C4D Media newspaper. This election has been accompanied with huge lots of suspicion and distrust. And this has led to a lot of problems. During the day, that is yesterday, there have been a lot and lots of delays on the distribution of electoral materials that gave rise to suspicion and distrust. Don't you think if you had put things in place to take those materials on time, a lot of people could not have developed that suspicion and distrust that led to the attack on ECSL officials?
Thank you. I'm Tijan Jalo, and I represent the Times SL newspaper. During our visit yesterday in most of the polling centers, there were concerns raised by electorates, voters themselves. One has to do with the presence of political parties members who are not supposed to be in those areas. There were concerns of politicians holding pistols, intimidating voters not to go and vote. We had that issue at Loradov School. There was a vehicle with registration number A285, and there were ballot papers in that vehicle. Members of the public had to intervene, and the issue brought the attention of the Rosswood Police Station. We engaged the LUC on that one. Also at Lower Savage Square, there was an issue. Members of the public had to walk in to intimidate some of the ESL staffs who were there. When we interviewed the ESL staff, told us what politicians went there to interrupt the process while they were doing counting. So I had to take upon myself to call the LUC to send security officers to go and manage the area. Lower Service Square. Lower Service Square, yes, was also an issue. And just like what said Marcos Bang, most of the concern raised by people were distrust and suspicious as a result of the delay in the transport of election materials. Like for Amaraya School, when there yesterday, there was an issue of delay in voting process. Voting did not start till after 2 p.m. We were there, and there was high military presence. And to the security sector, what we saw yesterday was a kind of professionalism by the military, the police, and other security apparatus. Because even when media practitioners go into those centers, we were accorded, we were accommodated to visit each stations and centers with our identification. We are not intimidated. We are allowed to take photos and other things with exceptional cases. We are gunshots, we are
Thank
fired.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Mariam Saeed, Hands of Hope Radio. So yesterday there was an incident at Allentown, Faith in Christ Primary School. One of the ECSL staffs, I think it was the PO in Station 8, Station 8, I don't know how to call it, the ink was dried. So one of the voters volunteered that I get dry ink na me lago kautam, like the blue blue that they use to wash clothes. So he allowed the guy to go and take the blue ink and brought it. So when they came with the ink and they were trying to mix the ink, one of the opposition party members, the agents that were there, saw the incident, and then he caused an alarm wherein stating that there was some going on. So before the whole incident happened, when the staff saw that the ink went out of hand, he threw the ink behind the window of the classroom, which led to the guy being almost beaten up, but then they couldn't get access to him. They took him to Allentown police station. In that case, I want to ask, how are you guys going to help this particular voter that tried to help the ECSL staff that knew very well that he shouldn't have asked the voter to bring the blue ink to help him to mix it? How are you guys going to help this particular individual in that police station?
Thank you very much. Sheikh Mustafa Bawa, Global Times. Now we don't know when the results will be announced. It is possible for us to know what percentage of the tallying that has been done.
Moha is the name. I work Standard Times newspaper.
Yeah, so many of us. Don't get jealous. Go ahead.
Okay. From the incident that has happened yesterday, I want to know if there have been any arrests since yesterday. How many arrests have been made to the ONS here? And again, you talk about people not to announce results. But if somebody goes on social media and announce that we've won A, B, C, and D, how do you describe that? Because you are talking about those announcements put on social media are not your business. But how do you respond to that? If somebody goes on social media, put an audio announcing the result, how do you respond to that?
Okay, I think one more. We have to come to the end of this press briefing, yeah? We have a lady.
For the Moyoba Conte, I write for the Calabash newspaper. National coordinator, you keep saying that there were adequate security personnel in all of the polling stations. But according to the Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion reports, they said that some of the reports received by the commission was the aspect of inadequate security personnel in the polling station. And the Group 7G again, Observer Mission, few hours ago in their press statement also made mention of inadequate security personnel in some polling stations. So I would like to know on what grounds do you stand to say there were adequate security personnel in all of the polling stations? And secondly, the commission also observed that there are several emerging post-election tensions across the country. How do you intend to handle such kind of cases?
Okay. This is the last set of responses we have. We have subsequent press briefing. Political parties are not accredited to accompany the ballot boxes with used ballot papers. The votes were counted in their presence and the results were taken to the district or regional centers. I don't think even the politicians are interested in what is in there. All they are interested in is what was entered into, what were entered on the result reconciliation forms. So I'm just, that information was just to warn the public that our work, our staff are still mobilizing materials, so that will not be misconstrued. Delays and anger. We have over 11,000 polling stations, or 3,630 centers. I've highlighted here not more than 20 centers or stations. So it means Sierra Leone, greater majority, 90% of the centers or stations were open on time. In the Western urban, Western rural, we had no issues. Western urban, we had some issues in terms of delivery of materials because some of the staff abandoned their posts. Some of them left the materials at the warehouse. Some of them carry away boxes without their covers, printed the voter register, and went through 3 steps of quality checks. This ballot paper, voter registers were packed a week ago, station by station, and we packed them in a separate bag for them just to carry, to take them to the centers. And some of these staff, when they arrive at the station, they will not come back to say, there's a problem, this item is not available. We have to check until the public, the voters were actually the ones, some of them were calling us. So that's the problem. We recruited 92,000 staff, and we cannot control all of them. We cannot profile all of them. As they say, they are always a bad apple among a dozen. So that is the situation, that's the story. But generally across the country, the polls were open on time. But we have identified those staff, and some of them we are going to blacklist them from our future recruitment. We'll take the necessary actions against them. For instance, Western Rural, we have about 424 centers. So if we are able to manage to open 400 on time, the 24, at least we can get a pass mark. Thank you so much. I think, young lady, your concern is very much in place. We had requested every citizen to be part of this process. But I think sometimes, because of the pressure on work, the easiest probably the staff should have done to explain this to the political party agents, that we have this constraint and somebody has volunteered, before using. Yeah. So hopefully we have noted that and to be part of the discussions, post-election issues we will address in future trainings. Thank you so much. The issue of when will come to the public by end of the day if we are going to call any interim results. The tallying started at 10 o'clock, so our guys are still working. I have to go back there and see, analyze the situation. They will alert you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That's the end of the press conference.
Oh, you don't know?
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Okay. Let me just answer these questions. The first question he asked, it was whether we are arresting people. Yes, we have started arresting people and we have started investigating. And what about those who are posting on social media? Yes, if you post something on social media and we think also it's a recipe for crisis, we can bring it for questioning. That can be done. Somebody was asking about adequate security. Of course, there's adequate security everywhere because we have prepared for this election. All right? Thank you very much. All right.
Well, plenty, thank you. Family, we don't hear from the Commissioner on it, but seen them way up on the voting process today. Some of these CSL workers them, and same way so then destroy some materials, then fuel a particular motorbike, then bond the motorbike, and also then destroy some materials. And you mentioned names of places like Kujaun, Moyamba, Koinadu, Bugu Street, and Amaraya School, Sonkolili. You talk same. Plenty of them things there so really happen, the the politician and they talk about time, but instead, they go do video, then just for cause some sort of chaos and all this, and then for begin cause fairness, people and for the people and begin think otherwise, but the process.
So of course it make one silly with people that was a major concern will be the trend around with, about the early voting for the president, of course. So it actually make mention for say that then they go do the counting of voting, which now be the Western Rural and Bombali, but due to the vaccine and all these things, when I be an assistant director, when I be the CL possibly they couldn't actually, do the voting counting and all these things because there were so many violence and they try to attack them and all these things. They say so password even the Tumbo, people at the police station at Tumbo, and they get for can't try for the police officer and they try for can't secure the man, take him out there and everything. So it creates a serious tension around that area. It says so, but however, it's what thing go do now for the voting. It go ensure for say these ballot papers will be counted, and then it will be counted in a specific area and a certain district of where this casting of votes will actually be take place and all.
Also, due to the chaos we be happen now, Madia, say they make provision that people will vote till 10 p.m.
Yes.
For normally the process go well, and also the CSL make most of the facts where people be the request for lay there be projection in this tally of results. So it make a let's say like this process involves a lot. They're not going able for do projection, they be able for do emissions because that means something for this huge entails a lot, so they're not going able for do because of that reason.
So it be also it make mention of the RR reform where now like they result in conciliation where you say that they get a district office and all, but however it is this whole how to say the ballot boxing and go through some processing, and of course they'll be taken to the tally because remember they made mention earlier for say to all the materials don't go to the tally center for be voted for. It was the processing, and from there they go to the tally center, and with the hope for results. But so far so good. It complements the political parties. Then for say they're actually cooperating.
Okay. But we will come back, but now we join the studio with it down for a few interviews. We don't happen. From the discussions them we don't take place today. Nayaso Bintimani conference from the meeting. Now we join Ahmad Lamarnaba. We all set.
The announcement of results by political parties. Let's say they don't get landslide and they actually out and then monitor after
continue the engagement with the parties and the administrative pressure, at least for weeks for the government. But this is by no means new. Those have always happened after elections. But waiting really appeal to people's permit dissent, because that's what we suspect. People for high expectation of their supporters and members, and at the end of the day, the results come out and it's not reflecting or putting in a bit of what they want those people to write. And that will be the things they are permitting dissent. And that is not good as politicians. They also take responsibility to all who are duty to this country for ensuring security.
In situations like this, how do they the presidential the commissioner talks something about talking to their supporters to understand saying they don't even come out for something. Where they said, look, we want it.
Maybe the government campaign and severally I mean that they have promised the supporters there for ensuring when the elections are done, you get consistent can wait for the national returning officer to pronounce the result. And if we are aggrieved by the outcome of the conduct of the election, we will choose the legal path. I mean, go to court and seek redress. And also, we want to remind the leadership of every political party, then presidential candidates and their leaders, they will not sign this pledge. We and the Commonwealth and the support our process. And in that display, among the things they committed themselves to is that when the elections are conducted, the results are out, they will accept the outcome. And if anybody gets issues with the results, then we'll go through the due process and seek redress from the court. So, I mean, it's a surprise that people are all over the place pronouncing results, even when the national returning officer are not to say it. So we'll continue to engage the leadership, and where we are privileged to have the presidential candidate to talk to them, to talk to their supporters, not for ferment dissent. Because when you do that deliberately with the intention of getting the expectations of the supporters and men for heighten those expectations, and at the end of the day, the true result can come, if supporters to be aggrieved and things that are not to the peace. So they are let people to exercise the self.
Finally, sir, generally on advice and of elections, what's in a general assessment, with the conduct of political parties as well as people who handle the elections in a ECSL?
Well, as I said in the press conference, generally the elections were very peaceful, and the voter turnout is very impressive. It's not for me to give a percentage. I don't get a mandate today. But in all of the places where I go, they meet, the lines are very long and people are ready. And as I say, even nature was hospitable to us yesterday. After I don't vote in a Freetown, I go up the provinces, went to McKinney first, and then go through Ile. And all of those places I visited, I don't see any rain and nothing happened there. So even weather was very clement and nature was in favor of this. So we just think, say, in every electoral process, you get one or two hiccups here and there. And then people there, as the electoral has said, they had about 3,632 polling stations. If they have challenges in maybe 10 or 15 polling stations in terms of the materials coming late, I think say people will understand. And also, that notwithstanding, they ensure say everybody in those stations voted. They extended the voting time that was supposed to end at 5 p.m. In some places, they voted on to 11 p.m. just to make sure that everybody who is on the line before 5 o'clock get the opportunity for exercise their friends. I think that's the most they can do.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for talking to us.
My pleasure.
Tomorrow, I get press conference. Hopefully, we'll cover that.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That the chairman for the Political Parties Relation Commission, Abdullahi Mambe Bangora, with the National Council for Civic and Development, Kalilu Tutange, David Sweet already. Welcome to AYV.
Thank you very much, Lamrana. Thank you, AYV.
Yeah, you don't observe the elections. Counting Tallinn is going on, counting Dondon. Generally, what's in the observation of Nasib on the polling day?
So, me na proud Sierra Leonean right now, and I want to congratulate my compatriots for the way we behave ourselves right through the election day today. Yes, isolated incidents have been there, but we really shows the issue of democracy, they go inside with bones and we live and sleep democracy. I'm a very proud Sierra Leonean.
Okay, there is this, post-polling day, so waiting there happen now about Tallinn, announcement of results and anticipation of people on who will win, how will they celebrate, as well how the other people then go accept the results. As a commission, waiting on they do presently for monitor or supervise the situation?
Well, we already don't preempt this kind of situation. We don't do public education on them. And we still thank for people like Awana when they give you the podium for Moko go talk to Sierra Leoneans. A one green election, a one green president will get, the one green parliament. Do you have, for the sake of the country, more continue for behave, the who don't behave so far. But the result come out, would I win, he win. And we don't see all this process. Some they say this go happen, this go happen, this go happen. We don't see none of what the people they say go happen when are bad. Even the weather, just like how the people as chairman, even the weather in favor we. Even we party the way come on the American ambassador, for instance, send Twitter say, in the waka all around. I congratulate you as Sierra Leoneans. Good luck, Jonathan. In the council of forum of elders, then congratulate you for what you do. So what I will ask Helena and Zafame will do, as we go now, we wait for the results, more cost the process, then make all my meeting at the police center as yesterday, and at the Tallinn back all money the people, ECSL chairman on say each political party get two people there for watch the Tallinn. What's in this Tallinn? Now sum up, then they sum up all man then RRF forms then, oh, na go na your number there. When I say put on your way, then say put on, then when I go compare on your numbers. If somebody not satisfied, there is a legal cause where this country don't agree on. We not satisfied with the outcome. We don't say, Papa, what do for winning this country? Even though they say they disenfranchise some people then, but they say for the sake of a country, more move then go 2012. People then we say SLPP that time the SLPP decide say then they go na court. This being time 2018, if you apply then go na court. That court road now we don't touch as a country. So do you more continue that court road? They made the court.
So in all of this, the issue of peace and national cohesion and engagement with young people who not only work with very important. Which word you go and give to them? Because in all of this, we just get reports of some parts of the constitution people are grieved, they protesting in front of the ECSL office. Which word you get for young people, especially as when I don't work with them before this election?
Young people, civic leaders. All this election now for how go plan for our own future. And nothing that they able for plan inside Palaba and Couscous and Fit. When a patient owner self, because this is about owner. May nobody in your personal no big pass your future. If this country peaceful, if development happen, we are the number one beneficiaries because now when I country this, now when the young people then will depend on where this country go before. After all, at some point, Samuel Kama no go there, Marabi no go there, Khalil Tuchanga no go there. The one way they can be and we now they will look up to for men go carry this will country go before so that will country in name go continue in perpetuity. Do you on a patient on ourselves, on a patient on a brother them, on a patient on a sister them? This is not election, it don't done. The result they come out and at the will of the people. Would ever the people that decide for choose, do you want to all go be and support for more country will get peace and development?
Thank you very much, Kalilu Tutange. That's now Kalilu Tutange, the chairman for the National Council Commission for Civic Education and Development. And he been on the talk to we about the importance of peace, especially with the they don't allow politicians and for use them, in this election. We don't get the press conference today. The national returning officer say they go need for go to Wellington at the talent center and see whether they don't get enough results for making announce provisional results to the public. And they'll be asking that question there if they begin announce, they say they need for get plenty. Perhaps number of result them so then go begin announced to the public, and that's everybody they look forward to. Everybody they look forward to the results where now the official results from the National Commission for Elections, the ECSL Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone, as now then get the authority. Interestingly, the commissioner, the National Returning Officer, funnily been they say. People need to allow for enjoy that power the way it gets, this few time for announced results. As ever, then I've been to many conference now, who say we serve there as AYV for follow as then they announce result them. We they talk to more people, then we they try for can talk to the Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone. No, we talk to the CEO of AYV, Ambassador Navo. We serve there. He been there. Yeah, we the press conference again. But we want talk to quickly on what this election mean and how it be for the country. We go as well talk to Christopher Jones. Christopher Jones, we the deputy talkman for the Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone, as then the people way they talk. We there with the President and CEO of AYV Television, Ambassador Navo. Welcome to AYV.
Thank you very much.
So I talk to you as a citizen yourself, a senior citizen, somebody we don't invest at this country, and you youth ambassador as well. We don't go through this process relatively peacefully, except for isolated cases. What does this mean for we as a nation?
It means a lot, and I want to use this opportunity as always for congratulate the people of Sierra Leone, because yesterday we all come on and I was extremely impressed with the zest and the number of people we come across the country, and definitely that was good. Largely it was very peaceful and the process be very transparent. So kudos to all the stakeholders and thanks to Sierra Leonean for coming out.
You know, people they look forward to getting the results, the final results, in anticipation. Every other Sierra Leonean, and the commission have finally been they say people they need for allow them now empowered and the lane self enjoyed and the. But which message you go and give to Sierra Leoneans, especially young people, them where you don't they work with, as we they wait at this time, you know, emotions and they go high and everybody they announcing that they don't win. Which advice you go give?
I just want to continue for advice. We don't go vote SAFU. Make we wait SAFU as we don't the wait. Let the results come on. You know, let we no cause any problem. We don't hear the head of ONS what he say. Let nobody no begin call fake results. Wait for the one way constitutionally mandated for do that when at the head. Like you don't tell we just know. He said the next couple of these lanes if enjoy them. Lord left enjoy and call them for we. That would be my advice. Allow continue for remain peaceful.
I'm not going to let you go without not talk about what they do right across the country. You know, we get 2 studios here. We talk to you know one of we studio and we get another studio side my colleague then day. And we get with colleagues them right across the country. We get studio in Radisson as well. What does this mean, you know, for provide you know, factual information to the Sierra Leonean public? I watch with Facebook pages now over 1 million people they view with page.
Well, it mean a lot, and we on all congratulations. But like I can say, we do this for Sierra Leone, and we'll continue for work for Sierra. Because now one green Sierra Leone we get, we not get no other country for go past this country. We don't dare during the war, we not run. We still there, allow continue for work for we country and move on. So kudos to now, and continue with the good work.
Thank you very much. That's my motivation from the boss, and it means a lot. I'll talk to the DG of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Now we there, and the staff, them colleagues, them from SLBC, we don't they work here and they cover this. But with regards to the media, and especially the issue of you know, following post-polling day. What does it mean, and what should we do as journalists, you know, for ensure say, you know, the information they hold again on social media, also everybody they announce themselves as winner, we handle them, you know, as professionals?
Well, we already get we own hub. I mean, we say we not say the actual results they come on, and we say the 2 results they come on. We just listen to the head of the Electoral Commission where they say, I mean, anybody can go out and do your own results, call whatever thing we want, but at the commission, and in particular, we know the commissioner, only get that. And we journalists, we know this. So if you like Naslag, you get some other, you know, subsets where they actually verify some of the information and whether they true or not true. I mean, the only thing is that it will help confuse people largely. I mean, if political parties, if political leaders, then they go out, they have the platform, all man they select, now don't win or they lead and all of this. It is support. It confusing your supporters, and the tendency they say your very supporters and can just rise and then do, you know, something we know we're going to disturb the peace. So can only say let the able for actually maintain the calm, maintain the peace. For us journalists, I think of all moments, I think I seem for respect my colleagues and the more, because this is the one election we'll cover and dispassionately. I mean, all over the place. The media people, they don't, I mean, even the press conference, we just say almost like all media houses then they, and will not seem forget, you know, instances or indications of journalists particularly going out with information where they left much to be desired, I mean, professionally. So I think in terms of the coverage yesterday, in terms of what they happened today and all of those, people don't largely rely on what they come up from the experts. I mean, it has come from the Peace Commission. We don't listen to other people. And these are the stories that journalists are actually taking along. So far, I think so good for the profession.
Yeah, one thing we perhaps we will get, you know, reports from SLAJ or the MRCG later, and that the indication of attack on journalists. One week colleague there, Jason Saluti Janjalo, been they commend the security sector for able to allow them for going to polling centers and polling station, take photo shots and do interviews them. You know, generally we not get, like you said, within the SLAJ forums, we not get reports of attack on journalists. You know, we can say compare action.
I think you get thanks to president of SLAJ and perhaps even the umbrella organization SLAJ itself. Because before the election, I mean, they make that effort for go around all the media houses, engage the staff, engage colleagues, journalists, and largely how for carry themselves, especially on polling day, in terms of protection, and also in terms of fairness. And I think that largely we don't see the, I don't see evidence of any journalists who they're all over the place, just the other give information way not correct, or journalists way, I mean, the bulldozing way and all of this. And I think to say that message will go a long way. West Large, the executive, they move to all the media houses, and they can even the training. Because there's a series of trainings before this election. USA, I mean, WIMSAL, other media bodies, even the very journalists, the media houses themselves, they organize trainings on how to carry themselves. You talk about MRCG, they don't organize trainings. So I'm sure that we don't get a very strong impact. And maybe, okay, because now where you carry the well, you go to any police station or police center, identify yourself, try to see what you're able to do. Because before now, people that can just bulldoze and way, and they want to get the information what they want. Even when security will tell them, say, hey, hold on, and all of this, will not seem to see that. I mean, we say they're all over the place. They try to see how the process they carry on, and thankfully, I think so far so good for journalists.
Finally, the election process still there because the result not come out yet, and journalists are still into this. Like you say, we're still there. What is expected of journalists within the reports, especially with the announcement of results, whether it's from the polling stations or the certified one, the official one from ECS?
I think what we know now that only ECS and they go give official results, and sometimes now we're not able to hide information anyway. So if journalists then are center A, journalists then are center B, journalists then are center C, if they watch the process keenly, a ban for able to get semblance of what don't come out as the result. But that cannot be the final results. So more often than not, we say restrain yourself from coming out to say, I mean, these are the results, because sometimes the results that they can get their own by the time they reach the tally center and all of those. We not seem to see that. I mean, what we have done largely is to give the platform to all the players. For example, I mean, we, like SNBC, ECSL one for do this, AYV, ECSL one for see this about the results and all of those. We get the platform, the radio, the television day. We get other, I mean, community radio stations. We even get IRN. We get staff in all areas, and they saw some of them results the way they come, and they are very careful in actually saying then results and now what we they see and that we they report on, but now only the ECSL get the mandate for getting certified results. So far the process is being managed, because if they get anything untoward, ECSL they raise the red flag, but the fact that this has not been raised with the media houses tells, I mean, we carry schools very well, and I think if we're able to maintain the momentum, let's provide a platform, traditional, online, and all of those things, so that the body will responsible for actually give the certified results will give the results for the joy of everybody.
Thank you very much, Professor Kapua. Professor Kapua, na the DG of SLBC and also na media mentor and teacher. We get Asma James, na the journalist woman will be win that or amongst the 50 influential women in Africa. But Asma, the role of women journalists in covering this election is also very important. I know you don't train and push a lot of women them for take the forefront and report on this. And I don't listen IRN, and we 9821 I partner too. And it feels good when you listen to your colleagues and see them they take the lead. So they now not been there before, but now they Mabel, Khadija and others. But what does this mean for journalists them, an election like this?
So now the uniqueness of this particular election, the fact that the media, whether online and the traditional media, they exceptionally do well. I not say the one there on Facebook or the one they will go to say me a blogger or the one they go to get an online TV, and the traditional media really don't do exceptional reporting. You they see anytime you go online, you they see different TV them, online television them. And for the like you say, some of you they retire now, they try to take the back seats and give opportunity to the younger one. Them deliberately this year, I not go on air for reports IRN, because I don't see three elections that are 15 years, and then you get people and ways on TSF now don't sabi pass you want to get the opportunity for reports. So we get the opportunity for reports, and not to IRN no more. We see other female women them online also, they do their own thing. And so we're so happy as media people, we're not hearing nothing of any journalist so far, woman journalists, nothing other happen. Everybody they report and reports from the training the way they get over the last month towards for me to this election.
As you say, this election is very unique. You know, the last election there was social media, but we not been get social media more open to the public and even the media. So, you know, what's in social media you think say add to this election? They add value to, especially when our professionals them. And, you know, a lot of people they go offline because they think say there is information overload, fake news, and all of that.
Of course, it's good. Me, like for me, I really don't tune off. So because we good, it's not good for your mental health, but it's also good because if you stress, like the political party them, we stress, the supporter them, the strategists them, we stress, we see that they can, waiting that they can post on social media, and we see also the one that we feel like say they not get hope, they give their own information on the social media. So social media really good. It depends on who that and how they want for handle them, for misuse them, but it also add value to this election, and also if they ask for a report, they will say when I go for the online. We mean say even the people the EMBs they also want for the both na the local and also online platform. So and they don't do exceptionally well, and social media it add value to this election.
Finally, you know, we still cover the elections, journalism, female journalism as well, and as you mentioned and as Kapua mentioned, we don't get reports of attack on journalism. But which message you go left to journalism, because this is a critical time, the announcement of the results and covering post announcement of the results.
Now the most critical time they cancel when they announce the results, everybody edgy, and over the last couple of months, journalists that only get training on safety. A few days ago, somebody from AYV also can talk to me and on safety of journalists. And what me tell them, not front confrontation, and not say because they work for AYV, they work for Radio Democracy, with chest open for seminar journalists to give me this information. We then are a critical position now. Show your ID card. Tell and say, Mina Asma James from Radio Democracy. If now you identify yourself to the police officers, you identify yourself to the whatever the security sector. Because we know in that situation, they will side and will say they don't beat journalists or let alone female journalists. So for the safety of yourself, may you not go be the news instead of the news where you go fan. You get to always get your ID card or the clothes where you wear. If they're not believe because anybody can go do this AYV t-shirt, but ID card not a lie. You show your ID card, you make sure say you tell and say, me, you identify yourself. And like I say, not confront a confrontation, meaning not go inside confusion, you try to go open chest day. Because even the CNNs of this world, you know, they can take undercover. So take undercover, do you filming, after which you come on, but not ever go before secure, and always identify security as we all the wait. Corner Sailor, we wait, and I know the person we gets the power for now, this short term for announced results. So if you see results, fake results from political parties, do a big no announce them until and they don't open the space. Together they get accreditation to media houses. Now I see today at the press conference, lots of journalists and when we say the platform they open for information. ECSN are the best people right now for give information. Stay glued to your radio or your television station.
Thank you very much, Asma James, for talking to us. And as Asma say, yeah, ECSL, now the only side we could get the certified and official result for this election. No take results other side and think say that's the reality. We colleagues them na IRN as well, they do very well. The Independent Radio Network. Then they announce provisional result them from the centers them. So you can listen to IRN, follow AYV Television, AYV Radio, and other platforms and forget the information. We finally can talk to security now. The head of the coordinator of the Office of National Security, Mr. Toka, you with we on AYV Television. Abdullah Koka, sorry, on AYV Television. We don't hear you talk about the security status. Generally, you say everything is safe except for some areas, them, now the north and the northeast and other side, them wanna get isolated cases. But for Fambulem out there, we're still the wait in anticipation. The things say where they announce results, something will happen. Which assurance you want to give them?
I want to give the assurance based on the security sector preparedness, because we prepare ourselves, and that preparation really now every security agency come together, and roll out that plan at the entire country, where you say make sure we get a peaceful election. That means security will be everywhere. So I still assure the people of this country, I say, based on the preparedness plan and the deployment plan, who we don't get as a sector, the security is ready, prepared for provide security, even when they reach results in this country. But everybody be safe in the country.
Languba Kai living card the other day, the chief of staff, any advice people not for go against within the security sector, they tell them not for go against, otherwise you'll be arrested. And even say on a day of militarize the whole election process. One of my colleagues here say he even commend the security sector that they allow journalists to go and do their work. In the situation like this, so we get reports say people and they get agitated in some parts of the country and they protest. What can you go and say to people across the country?
Well, the only thing I want to say to people there is that people they follow the due process of the law, and let the politicians therefore incite people then, because now waiting the people that they talk, the political masters that they talk, then they follow. But if the political masters then desist themselves from making insightful statements, they're not going to do anything in the day. So we just go on everybody. Now that we go towards the end of this election, I want to get for camp. Let us stop from making statements that we're going to make the supporters they go on the riot. As a sector, we never prepared. We are not prepared. They will not be prepared for entertaining anybody with the incite in followers for going to street. We just encourage everybody for me obey and respect the law of this country. For us in the sector, we are always prepared. That's why we are paid. You understand? For provide the enabling environment for everybody and for also support the ECSL specifically for this election.
One of the things we come up from the discussion or the press conference is that people and they announce results, political party then they announce results. And you say political party then offer announce results, we go cause problem. It's the ECSL we get the mandate. How are the money is happening on social media, and we don't know how it will happen again from their party offices or across the country.
You see, we are going to warn people. We want people who have for announced results prematurely. I don't talk and say, now only the ECSL, the chairperson, now get a mandate for announced results. For the one that we want for announced results, we will encourage them for resist from doing that. But if they intend for do them, and they do, we will warn them. If they continue to do that, I think say the cause, because that's a recipe for chaos. And for us in the sector, we don't really want chaos for this election year. We have gone through this election year. I'm sure history will not exonerate we, the sector, and the people of Sierra Leone for this kind of election, what we do. Because people, if you say, should this election be tension, they will get toxic environment where they say it will be hyper. But look how the election go. All right? People, the colleagues that they praise the security sector professionalism. Not so. That is because of our preparedness plan and how we are able to deploy our forces in all the areas there. It's unfortunate that we get isolated in few areas then, where they are safe, we are able to address. So now we are now preparing to also protect the counting, the tally centers and where they are doing the tally centers. That's very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdullahi Koka. Is the National Security Coordinator of the Office of National Security Awareness. Thanks for talking to us. We're going to talk to you in subsequent edition.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, you don't get assurance from the security sector. Say, make you wait and patient. Nothing will go happen, then go provide security until they announce the results. This is AYV television on channel 33. We're there on DSTV on channel 399 with the broadcast on radio FM 11.7. We're there on with social media platforms as well. With the broadcast for Miana Bintumani Conference Center, we get two studios, my colleague them, Marina Terry, Sonia Jafal, and Mariana Bangura Sef there. And as well, we got people right across Radisson Blue and across the country where they talk to different people about what's in the happen in this election. We get for bring update from the observers within Radisson Blue. We go bring on a panelist we go talk about the conduct of the election, what's in their own assessments. So as well, we go bring on a report from the tally center, which I my colleague Matia Denawen, and we other colleague them across the country. And I go and talk to Sano quickly. Inside the press conference, the chairman mention Ecsl Leone, where now one of the CSOs them where they provide service for complement the efforts of ECSL for cover this election. I can recall yesterday there was a lady within an ambulance. We've been to talk to them. They said them pick them up from a pooling center, then bring and come get treatment. It's back. And now you provide that service there. How you provide the service?
Well, we don't look at the entire electoral process. We say side the way we for come in. We're not decisive.
Big flexer. Let's tell you why he's the biggest. This is why he's the biggest. Careful. The babies.
Get in this one, bro.
Hard work. Anyways, welcome to the show, bro.
So this is where all the magic happens.
Yeah, this is loud. It's
You already know.
This is where the magic happens. I repeat,
This is where the magic happens.
Anyways, we don't come to relax. Come on.
So
let's go to the living room, bro. Take us to the living room,
You
bro.
know, your favorite place is the studio, right?
Yeah, sure.
But you know, we'll be in your favorite place. People move us from the studio. Come on. Cool set of
Man's in the building.
Big flexer.
You know, so basically, how does it feel to make back-to-back hit songs? Because it's not easy. And the mentioned until they can, but say he make hip-hop songs.
I'm telling you.
You know, something ever been done. I mean, I feel good because, say Salon and country where hip-hop we don't die. And Scrapper can revitalize them back, bring them back to the people. So it's a good feeling.
As a public figure, you're one of the most renowned names in entertainment. We cannot finish the show and not get your opinion to your fans. It's never do now that the election is upon us, especially the youths. So, what do you get for saying to them?
Well, this is a very defining moment for Salon and for we the people. And I feel say one man go vote with choice. You know what I mean? Which are the play for? Low we maintain the peace. Now one get Salon we get like we Ecsl say. Now one get Salon we get now peace and peaceful and free and fair election we want. So I beg the youth them and the fans them people out there that we go out and vote. Saful go back home and sit down wait from neck. ECSL, right?
Yeah,
ECSL. So that's it.
Already at the end, like I said, this is how we end everything. Thank you so much, Donkey. I've been your host, Teresa. With me, I have my co-host.
Biggest flexion of time it is. And of course, get ready, get set for the next episode of Celeb Talk because we're going to your favorite celebrity. But for now, we're leaving. We're bouncing to the kitchen. Bounce. up, guys? Welcome to AYV TV. I brought a 90s bad girl in the building with my co-host, right now, Crips International. Now the building.
We're here to meet one of the biggest, the baddest trending gospel artists, right? And that is Juno Zubairu. You know, I can't wait to see exactly what's going on right now.
Welcome,
The biggest.
Welcome.
Not joke.
As a renowned gospel artist,
Yeah.
I know you have young people as your
Yes.
audience, as your fans. What would you say to them now?
You know, one of the things that I do value that we have in Sierra Leone that most other people don't have is peace. The tragedy that other countries, you know, experience, we're yet to experience half of it, especially they do on a consistent basis. So I just want to urge everyone out there, you know, that peace is something that we should really maintain in Sierra Leone. You know, there's no need to fight or, argue with your neighbor or your family or cause strife between you and people who you know care about you just because of a political party or political differences. So I just want to urge people, young and old alike, if you listen to me and you value my voice, I just want to urge you in this period, just be careful. You know, your life is more important than any political aspiration that you might have or whatever your decision is. You know, so just let's maintain peace. Let's let the love continue, and let us do everything that we're doing out of a pure heart and a pure mind for the sake of Sierra Leone. That at the end of the day, 1 year from now, 2 years from now, we'll be able to look back and say, oh, you know, despite who I voted for, who I didn't vote for, at least I thank God that I am still at 3 years in peace and my family is safe. I have my brother here, he's still alive.
Sure.
All these things are still happening, and we know that we still have hope. They say once there is life,
There's hope.
So staying alive and not killing someone or fighting someone. So let's maintain that.
We're going to have our elections in June 24. And the Pray for Salon is a context which we need right now for so many things.
It is really relevant for us to, pray for Sierra Leone. And if you listen to the song Kinley, it talks about even our leaders, that we pray that God will guide our leaders. Everybody for prayer. Everybody for prayer.
Good afternoon to all we viewers and listeners them. For morning, you don't listen and watch AYV Radio on 101.7 FM, AYV Television on channel 33, and we also do live on DSTV, channel 399. We're on Facebook as well, AYV News Facebook page, and you can also follow me on the other social media platforms them. So yes, yesterday, June 24, 2023, Sierra Leoneans them all across the country decide on the polls. So now in a very critical time within Ecsl, they go through the process where they go through for make them able put together the results and get to a point where they go get for announce the results. We still get with team na Bintumani, and we get another team na Radisson Blue, and we still get other teams then out na the streets them they get the atmosphere of waiting. It look like right now as Sierra Leoneans and they wait on the Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone for announce official result. We also get with teams them na the regions where also they give you updates. From morning, we don't they bring you updates from with different studio them. But it also important to make you note say na Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone, trade will be they call a NEC, National Electoral Commission, but now na Electoral Commission for Sierra Leone, ECSL. Now the normal get the right information and get the power for announce election results. Not to your political party, not to your candidate to contest the election, not to your religious leader, not to your community leader, not even the media. Nobody not get the correct information and power for announce election results to you. So any results where you get, na mischief. Right now, na time where almost all the candidates and almost all the political parties they claim victory, but not believe none. Wait let ECSL they officially announce the correct result. So until ECSL announce result, anyone will see, not believe. And we they remind una, not all thing we see on social media you get for believe, because we there in a generation where fake news don't turn big problem for we all. So if you know you're on a radio, you know watch on a television, or you know read on a newspaper, it's possible say a lie. And if that thing we see on social media not true, it like I say, journalists then the way they walk around the clock for bring and cancel you on radio, television, and newspaper for confirm am. So we see on a social media, no believe it to wait small. You must hear it on a radio, see on a television, read on a newspaper. If you know happen, that means saying a lie, na fake news. We know say it confusing because not all man get the right skills or apparatus for able for know who's news correct and who's one fake. So now I make journalists then they then work randy for confirm for you and bring come factual information. Well, we still the link with all we other studio them. Right now we they can go na Radisson Blue Hotel and join we other studio where they Michelle Jawade on standby day, Ola in card and self day. Let we link up with them. We'll come back na main studio, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Phoebe Swill. Once again, good afternoon, and of course, this is a special election coverage live from Radisson Blue. I am Michelle Jawad. Now, this is to clarify some news circulating on social media, and of course, you guys already know say now, yeah, we agree on all the factual and credible news. So anything we see on social media, get for there for confirm and tell you whether it's true or not. Okay, so we move on to the first one where now the national election say they hold on the 24th of June. So there was a rumor going around on social media say the election not the right, but as we all don't see yesterday, everybody come out, we all don't go vote. Saful, we all don't sit down now, Saful, and we all wait for the results for the for no Uda will be the winner. And just for back up that news day, the president been get for, send out, information. We are going to the polls on Saturday, June 24th, 2023. Julius Maada, President of Sierra Leone, address to the nation. Okay, so as you guys already know, say, like I said, the election we don't hold and nothing up. So then they first off for clear saying I've been fake news. But we all don't know say then they don't happen now. So moving on to the next so the way they trend online, where people then they misunderstand or way not to true, is that so the second one is first of Sierra Leone. So far they get a very peaceful election, and then of course this been come out from we been get a very strong statement from former presidents of Nigeria when I Goodluck Jonathan, and also I see some videos the way they go out on social media about violence and pet and all of that. So just for confirm, say some of those videos where people then they share on social media now just some are old videos, and then some are videos that people then just take for create story and probably for create panic, for give panic to a lot of people them out there. So you will then also just know say most of them video where they circulate on social media is not true. Some of them are old videos. But even though there was small amount of tension na different polling station them, but this now for just show how passionate Sierra Leoneans then they, because they all want for see and know, because like how we've been saying for go vote Saful, sit down now Saful and wait for the results. So just for clarify that this one of we international observers when the former president of Nigeria, when Goodluck Jonathan been get this for say on Twitter. All right, so let's take a look at them, and then I'll carry them to you guys for just confirm and show say everything was peaceful. This now from Goodluck Jonathan, a post on Twitter say members of the West Africa Elders Forum election mission to Sierra Leone went out to visit some polling stations in Freetown and some suburbs to witness the voting process in the ongoing general elections. I congratulate the people of Sierra Leone for keeping faith with democracy. I wish them a peaceful election and a stable democratic transition. Hashtag Sierra Leone Decides 2023. So this tweet been come up from Goodluck Jonathan from Nigeria when I want we international observers them. And you know, done it just for confirm say it's peaceful. We all still they keep the peace. Even at this moment now where this now day 2 after the elections and we get different results from different polling stations and all of that. So it's a good thing. Moving on to the other thing where they trend online where a lot of people then they, you know, kind of create panic is that just for make this clear, say some news they go around as well, say you know, AYV media they take sides. And for back this up, this na a media house, and we just there for giving the credible and factual news and all the information we wanna need, because we get a lot of people that where they at home where they watch, where they see things online and then they panic. But this na for the people that really calm down and no say we are still keeping the peace and everything they go very well. And for back this up, we get a statement we come off from we CEO, we Naina the you know, ambassador and CEO of Africa Young Voices, and at this it been get for say where that news they been come out. It say it post this on Twitter and all other social media platforms. Breaking news. We've developed over 200 well-trained staff, journalists, fellows, and stringers across Sierra Leone. We are not taking sides. We are a media house. We serve in Sierra Leone. We serve Sierra Leone. CEO of AYV, Ambassador Anthony Navo Jr. And so, as ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, each and everybody where they out there, where they watch, this now for just confirm, say, AYV is a very credible media house, and we there for giving out all the information. So just so you know that nobody is taking no sides or anything, even the CEO himself don't pull out that statement there. So anything where you see or hear is fake, just for confirm that day. And then moving on, where we don't almost come to the end of today on you know, waiting to go around on social media. I go there for you now more information. Don't forget say we still there na Radisson, and we get more information, more comments from social media. And I just want confirm and tell people that now say call you at nothing not they happen. It's peaceful, and we get forget peaceful you know, results announcement, just like what you hear from waiting Phoebians will say anything we hear out of social media we not to form ECSL na fake. Okay, so looking also at the interview where we've been get with Goodluck Jonathan, we go on for, you know, play that video there for now and see and actually hear from the horse's mouth waiting it been get for say towards this. Let me watch and I'll come back with more information.
So how many people voted in this time? 414. 214. Okay. 213.
Yes.
Oh, that's good.
So actually they fact-checked with the commissioners, then at one of the polling stations there inside Grammar School to know how the conduct of the elections actually don't go on from morning to this time where polls don't close at 5. So if you be there online and the 10 meet you 5 o'clock, of course definitely you know the vote after. If the dinner line 10 meet you 5 o'clock, you go vote until the process done. But if you not be there line at all, at 5 o'clock, so you know go able to say again for vote because voting ends at 5. Hello. So this is not the former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan.
No, I don't know. clear that people are voted. And it's clear they are voted.
Okay, so Mr. President, can you actually tell us what your observation has been so far with regards to electoral process here?
First, let me sincerely congratulate the people of Sierra Leone for conducting another general election. Of course, we knew when the country had civil war till today. So we're happy that democracy is stabilizing in Sierra Leone. At the end of the polls today, if we don't have major issues, then we will all thank God. You know, we're from the West African Elders Forum, and we want stable West Africa, not West Africa that is littered with crisis. That's why we're here. I cannot make general comments because West African Elders Forum, we didn't send people into the interland. We visited some stations in Freetown here. We cannot, based on that alone, and make a general comment. So we are working with ECOWAS and AU. So after listening to the observers in the field, then one can make a comprehensive statement. But I'm very happy that elections have been conducted. Yes, we are hearing of some issues somewhere, some breaches, but on the overall, it appears it's going well. And I say it appears it's going well until we get a clear report. So thank you.
So we.
Thank you. Yes?
Peaceful environment. What is your message to Sierra Leoneans out there as we drive towards this national budget?
That is, you said it all. We want Sierra Leone to live peacefully because without peace, we cannot have economic development. The country must be peaceful for investors to come in. Both Sierra Leoneans that want to invest or outsiders that want to invest, they need peace. Because they say money is a coward. Money runs away from crisis, apart from those who sell weapons. So we need a very peaceful Sierra Leone for jobs to be available for our young children. Thank you.
All right, so we then move on as on Adon from the man himself. Everything peaceful, and I believe they say where you are know if marriage sweets now from the honeymoon. We all don't see say from the elections, from the voting time, everything is peaceful, and I believe when time reach for call results, for ECSL for call results, now so you get for peaceful. So no doubt Pandande, because we Sierra Leoneans are very peaceful people by nature, and we like we serve so much. All right, so moving on to the next thing where they trend online, we want for clarify and check and confirm with una whether not true or not is another one we say this now the Independent Commission for Peace and National Cohesion in their press conference this early afternoon encouraged Sierra Leoneans to cultivate the habit of fact checking before sharing information, because misinformation on social media has the potential to fuel unnecessary tension. When that they talk about just now where the Independent Commission of Peace don't talk to we Sierra Leone and say, do ya any news where you see out there, please let we cross check and forth. And that is why AYV Media is here for you guys, for giving us all the factual and credible information them we una need. So like as Phoebe say, if you know hear am na radio, if you not see am on TV, it is not true. Okay, so moving on to we next, what's in the trend online, we want for clarify is also that the rumors of ballot box stuffing in Sierra Leone's June 24, 2023 elections is false. So this now for confirm to you say, all decide the way people then they send videos and post on social media say the ballot box and they stuff them for June 20 for the election is actually false. So all waiting you see online is false. And this we just know so we get few sets of people them we just want for create tension and make people them afraid. But guess what? We're not go for that. Then I make we there for you now all the necessary information. And then moving on also to we next way we get right now Twitter very active and like waiting as my James say earlier by an interview, it say social media very important. So the fact say because bad news they share no mean say we not for believe or see or even be follow up waiting they happen on social media, because social media say they play a very vital role inside this national election and generally na people in life. Okay, so we get this tweet from His Excellency the President, and it says, a heartfelt thank you to my fellow Sierra Leoneans for heeding to the call for safely elections across our beloved land that we love. We have yet again shown the resilience and fortitude that defines us as a great nation. As we await the official announcement of results from the ECSL, I encourage everyone to remain calm, keep love in the systems, and continue to preserve our peace and unity. God bless Sierra Leone and her people. Hashtag Sierra Leone Decides 2023. Right now, this now from Twitter, and if you check on Twitter, you go see say the hashtag Sierra Leone Decides 2023, they actually trend because this now waiting they go on right now na Africa. Sierra Leone decides. It's all over. It's no more news. And a lot of people, we international observers, them, even from Radisson and all other parts of the world, they watch and see waiting Sierra Leone go come up with. But so far, so good. It is peaceful, and we are very happy, about that. Moving on, we get two more. We want for confirm just before we go. We get another one. We come up from the opposition party, when I from Samura Kamara. It's a himself post on Twitter, it been get something for tell people them, supporters them, always be one for let them know. And at this it been get for say on Twitter. It say a heartfelt thank you to the nation and every single voter who made their voice heard in our presidential, parliamentary, and local elections. Your participation is what fuels our democracy, and together we'll work towards a brighter future for all. Let's unite and move forward. Hashtag Elections 2023. Thank you, voters. Hashtag United we stand, divided we fall. Okay, all right. So that was a tweet from Twitter where the flag bearer of the opposition party, Samura Kamara, been get for say to in supporters them just for make sure say there is peace out there. Just so say let we not forget say them people here where everybody they vote for now people them where they even preach peace to them supporters. So then self wants let we maintain peace inside we country. Finally, let we take a look at this other news where they go out and see. We've been get a post from the CEO of AYV Media Empire. It means get for send this out to the people of Sierra Leone. Say we've developed over actually this now one pan the information the way we get just for show people and say now this we mean, and this election will be peaceful and fair and credible. All right, so now moving on, let we also not forget say with the reports live right now na Radisson, and of course are there with me team for Guna all the information we wanna need. Finally, this one they try for confirm this one from the Ecsl decide. So this one come up from Dr. Mohammed IBN Canvas. This one say, now this is being get for say to young people them out there. It say if there are any issues with the June 24 elections, please use legal means to address them. Meaning, if anything happen in your community or area, make sure say you take them the right way. And I believe say there was a number where they may give for let people then call just in case any kitikata happen. And of course, no kitikata not going to happen because one for show to people them and confirm where come up from the ECOWAS election observation mission. This one now this them in get for say to people them out there. It says we have not received any information of cancellation of votes in Sierra Leone's June 24 election. Everybody who was on the queue voted. So this now for the news have been they go and say they get for cancel the election, and this now for just confirm say the election not they be cancelled because this the ECOWAS election don't bring this news come to Una, and of course for make sure say we give very credible news to Una all. So now this all I get for Una right now on social media. And they come back for giving Una more information on any story where Una they doubt say no to. Mina Michelle Jawad, reporting live from Radisson Blue. Thank you for watching.
This is the AYV Media Empire bringing to you an Elections Confidence 2023 broadcast, which aims to educate, raise awareness, and reassure Sierra Leoneans at home and abroad that the forthcoming elections will be free, fair, and peaceful.
I'm Anthony Navo Jr. I am the CEO of the Africa Young Voices Media. We run 3 television channels, which is channel 33, 34, and DSTV channel 399. I'm also a youth ambassador. I'm a mentor to a lot of young people in this country. So our role is to provide a platform to different stakeholders, but also keep a balanced media so that you give everyone opportunity, every other stakeholders in elections, especially the political parties, but also the electoral commissions and observers, international agencies, to ensure we have a peaceful, free, and fair election. I want to assure the public that the Africa Young Voices, as the most balanced and the biggest media in Sierra Leone, will continue to provide that platform for our people, for Sierra Leoneans. But I also want to advise young people out there, don't go out there and cause any problems. Be peaceful, law-abiding. Elections day, go there and vote. Vote safely. Go home safely. Wait for the results. Please, 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 please refrain from violence.
This is the AYV Media Empire.
Sierra Leoneans, Unakushe, Idris Elba here, proud son of the soil. I send this message for Askuna, please. This re-election, let we do peacefully, no violence. Young people there, now you get this election. Now you get the power. If we born the country down, now we get for build and back here. So please, let me not take the country backwards because we did go forward. We get for change the narrative. Yeah, not only is the world watching, but the entire Africa, they watch we Sierra Leoneans. Other Sierra Leoneans, we watch we self. I'm a proud Sierra Leonean. I know you're not proud Sierra Leonean. So please do. I send this message. Tell them and say, listen, this re-election, no violence. Please keep them fair, keep them peaceful. Let me maintain with credibility. Yeah? Much love.
Hi, my name is Jimmy B. My message here today is very simple. Peace, peace, peace. As members of the entertainment industry in Sierra Leone, it is incumbent on us to ensure that we just don't speak peace, but live peace. For a country to grow and reach its full potential, then that country must be stable and peaceful. Our elections are just around the corner. Regardless of the many challenges, our many differences, we're all Sierra Leoneans. Do ya me family at the big, make sure say we keep the peace for the betterment of Mama Salon. Blessings.
TransferPay promised Sierra Leoneans in America that remitting money back home would be affordable with ease. It was fulfilled with the lowest transfer fees best exchange rate, and 24/7 responsive customer service. More users upgraded to level 3, and the platform welcomes more subscribers every day. The November 2021 promo of sending money home with no charge and the best exchange rates increased users and the volume of transactions per day. Now, TransferPay is excited to announce the extension of the zero transfer fees and best exchange rate promotion. But to keep this alive, TransferPay needs at least 1,500 additional subscribers on the platform. So join the Refer a Relative challenge or Refer a Friend challenge now. Invite 3 or more family members and friends in America to register and use TransferPay online money transfer. You know me, I'm Samuel Wise Bangura, and I'm participating in this campaign to help 100% Sierra Leonean business grow. My friends and fans, when we're meeting cash from the US, please use TransferPay online money transfer so we make sending money home from America zero transfer fees with the best exchange rate. What are you waiting for? It's fast, easy, secure, and convenient to use the platform. Hey you, yes you in the United Kingdom, I bring you exciting news. Over 10,000 plus Sierra Leoneans have benefited since TransferPay launched its money transfer service in the US. TransferPay is now in the UK. You know what we offer? We are in every district across Sierra Leone, so receivers can instantly and conveniently receive their remittances. You can collect your remittances in leones or in dollars. For those of you collecting in leones, it's a zero transfer. For those of you who would want to collect in dollars, it's the lowest transfer fee ever. Enjoy the best exchange rate with TransferPay. More exciting is that you can receive in cash from any of the Ishmael FX pickup points across the country or their head office at 34 Regent Road, People's Pharmacy Building. You can also receive your remittances through mobile wallet and your bank account. TransferPay is fast, reliable, and user-friendly. To enjoy all the goodies, register now on www.transferpay.co.uk or download the app on Google Play Store and App Store.
AYV Media Empire, they bring to Uno One Elections Confidence 2023 broadcast. We aim for make people learn, raise awareness, and get assurance for say the June 24 elections go free, fair, and non-boss not go take place.
Mina Abdullah Koka, National Security Coordinator, Head of Awareness. When they announced the date for the election, the second highest committee where this country gets in security, we activate one other committee, what we call the Integrated Election Security Planning Committee. That committee, they plan for the entire election. And they get several things they're willing to do. The election security strategy, number 1, the training manual, number 2, the strategic communication, number 3. All of the documents they want to talk about, we go forgive with security people that come and look at them. And we go further, in fact, for develop a pocket guide for with security that we get for the for man all of the polling stations so they go read them and know the do's and the don'ts. We therefore advise the people of this country here.
The world. This is day 2, AYV here broadcasting live from the Radisson Blu Hotel. This is all about Sierra Leone Decides 2023. As we all witnessed yesterday, it was a very peaceful voting process. Although there were several rumors, which we have found out to be false, everything went nice and smooth. From the morning, actually, all the way up into the evening. I saw a lot of people stayed indoors. Some may interpret it as people were afraid to come outdoors, but I take it as though Sierra Leoneans are law-abiding. We were all encouraged to go vote and then go home southful, and I witnessed that yesterday. The streets were empty. Once again, I don't believe it's because of fear, but because we are law-abiding citizens, and we were told to vote and go home southful. I have a guest coming up a bit later. We all know him and love him, Sir Wahid. He's a member of an organization that has been promoting peaceful elections for years now in Sierra Leone. We're going to hear from him and how he spent his voting day yesterday. Once again, I'm here at Radisson Blu. We have our teams all across the country. Of course, our headquarters in town bring you the very, very latest news, factual news coming from AYV. I've spoken to a couple of entertainers about yesterday's voting process, and of course, one was Mystic, a big entertainer and the manager of Star Z. Well, he explained to me that he had a wonderful voting process, a non-eventful, and that's good news to have a non-eventful voting process yesterday, and we hope for the best until the results come out. I also spoke to our very own Tranga Ace Bobo. We all know him as Nasir Ayub. Well, he's currently in the Gambia, but he wished Sierra Leone the very best in the election process until we get the final results. Stay tuned. You will hear a lot more from us here at Radisson Blu. For now, back over to you guys at the main studio.
We are now days away from Sierra Leone's date with destiny, the June 24th general election. In this defining moment in the history of Sierra Leone, here at AYV, we recognize the mantle thrust upon us to be the voice of the nation fully.
We take our task to ensure fair coverage seriously. We intend to honor our pledge to you, to be your home of all things credible, factual, and all times balanced news. Totally, this is our commitment to you. We have witnessed non-stop hours of groundbreaking broadcast in an effort that saw AYV rolled out 8 studios across Sierra Leone, at Far Hill, Aberdeen, Makeni, Kenema, Bo, and London, with almost 3 kilometers of coaxial cable laid, connecting 4 ground teams that consume almost 100 liters of coffee from Chef Teina. The most important number is 2. Out of dozens of aspirants, only 2 men had emerged from the conventions in February as flag bearers of the APC and SLPP, retired Brigadier Julius Madabio and Dr. Samuel Matthew Wilson Tamara.
So far, we have witnessed a lot of intrigues. Maybe this is the beginning. Defections and realignments have been plenty. We don't know if there's more to come.
The only thing you can guarantee right now is that your home of credible, factual, and balanced news and analysis, AYV Media Empire, will bring you every twist and turn of this amazing race in full color and in high definition.
We shall have a comprehensive look at the developments around the election as we count down to Sierra Leone's date with destiny.
Women clamored and got a law that provides 30% minimum quota in governance. Will that be achieved this June?
Well, one thing is clear. The nation has begun its conversation that will culminate a date with its destiny on the 24th of June. How much will change by then? And what shifts within the political landscape are we going to see? Find out more on the nation's biggest and most trusted news source, AYV, on Channel 33, on DSTV Channel 399, on Radio 101.7 FM, on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and of course on TikTok.
Yes, indeed. Only AYP. Because AYP, Naim Salo Sabi.
Welcome back, Sierra Leone and the rest of the world. I promised, and now I have delivered. I have with me a man that everyone knows and loves. They call him Mr. Tingden. I call him my guy. He is the the man of the moment, definitely Mr. Wahid. Welcome to Studio 2 here at Radisson Blue.
Thank you very much for having me, Double D. It's always a pleasure talking to you, talking to AYV, and talking to the people of Sierra Leone.
Awesome. Well, it's all about Sierra Leone Decides 2023, and you have been one of the leaders in promoting peace and the non-violent elections for years, not just this election, previous elections. So it's an honor talking to you, and I just want to know, how was your voting process yesterday? How did your day go? Day one.
It was great. It was really great, but I think I want to channel that kudos and that greatness to Sierra Leoneans in general.
As a whole.
I think the Sierra Leoneans deserve a pat in the back. We deserve a lot of kudos for turning out. First of all, the turnout was great.
It's great.
But it was relatively peaceful. It was peaceful. And I think we understand the concept of development, that we cannot develop our country without peace. And one thing that I always say is that the peace that Sierra Leone have, the peace that we have, is one that I always refer to as a fragile one that needs consolidating. And one of the things that have the greatest potential of threatening that peace is elections. And coming out yesterday, I mean, given so much tension, so much issues in the elections, for Sierra Leoneans to actually come out, and it was relatively peaceful. Like I said, I think we want to give that to the rest of Sierra Leoneans.
No doubt, no doubt. And well, I'll switch to the Creole small.
Oh, that's
because
fine.
I want to talk Creole. It's all about the Saful. I don't hear it Saful. And we spoke a bit earlier today.
Yes.
Talk to me, tell me about this Saful, outside this word come out, and how it connects with these elections. Sorry to cut you off, but by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, Wahid is not just a musician and a songwriter. He is also the director of communications and strategic planning for the C Beyond Group. So tell us about Saful, and then we'll get into the C Beyond Group.
All right. So basically, what we did, we with the C Beyond specifically, we put Eastern ground.
Okay.
Follow within the ground, we come and then we launch. First of all, I think we are one of the first music organizations that will launch a campaign. We call our election not to fet.
Okay.
Vote for Make Salon go before. And then later on, we started partnering with some of our partners. Action Aid being one of them, ECSL being another, and then Talking Drum Studio, Radio Democracy 98.1, different partners. Then we would partner with, and then I think it was the Action Aid in the promoting peace in the electioneering process in Sierra Leone. What we do with Action Aid, that's where we actually do a song where we catch the Saful, because the Saful was a slogan. We think originated from ECSL, but they were struggling to put it out.
Okay.
So what we did because that project came out about a week before the voting day.
Okay.
So we said, why not capture this? Make it more fun.
Trending.
So what we did, make it trending.
Exactly.
I agree with you. Thanks for the word. For lack of better word, that's the right word.
That's right.
So what we do now, we put them in a way we go so entertaining. In fact, what we do a TikTok challenge.
Yes,
and
I
we
saw
threw
that.
them out there, and it was a lot of people participated. And one of the things they want to like about that TikTok challenge, now the fact say, we get people from the provinces. If you see some of the videos that was going out, some of the videos that went viral, you will see people from the provinces, they're actually concerned. That shows how people from across this country, not just Freetown, concerned about peace. You will see Kindo Amani, when at the head of the comedy departments that CBO, they come, make so much fun. I think he did 2 videos. Aduan, you will see Michael Asalo, who is the film department in Fantasy Weeds, even though they town in America now. But everybody came out, and then the fans, they pick it up. Sierra Leoneans pick it up. So we popularize, we help popularize that thing. And before you know it, I begin the people that say, okay, well, it's already there, job done. I mean, one for kudos to Action Aid, CCYA, because now we all partner in this project.
Okay, awesome. You just spoke about the members of the C Beyond. You spoke of Fantasy Wiz, Kindo Armani. Explain more about how that came about. How did you guys come together to form that group?
So in 2021, we formed the C Beyond group. C Beyond is actually a development organization with an open mic. We mean we main program is the open mic. So what we do, what we really do with the open mic to developmental issues. We look at like in 2021 when we launched, we opened the mic to access to legal justice. We take legal aid board as the main organizations. We look at what they do behind bars, you know, to people that we look at the correction of what the job they do at the correctional facilities, both male and female correctional facilities there, and look at let people understand some of those issues and understand, say, for legal aid, for legal help, that organization then are free and easily accessible and all that. We look at the issues then, go beyond that for verifying fact check as an organization and put it under the public domain. So this is what we do as a development organization. And then I can always tell people, say, what will they do now elections? Because you're not able to talk about development without you not talk about peace.
Exactly.
And like I earlier say, one of the things that they really threaten the peace in this country, the fragile peace in this country, because when you look at the fragility of the peace in this country, there's a lot of way, and it's, like I say, one of the things that really threaten our elections, because Mickey always put and say, Salon are a relatively peaceful country.
It is.
Would a day peaceful until elections? You find out, say, even AYV where you did in a different community workplace and different community then. You find out, so get people that will belong to the same tribe, same religion,
once election
same political parties, but we all operate well. We bind. We don't care about. We don't even think about son name. You know, boyfriend, girlfriend, married woman, intermarriages and all that. But as election comes, that's when we don't begin conscious say this man and that man. You know? So elections just get a potential for threatening the fragile peace. And being that we're a developmental organization, you cannot talk about development without peace. So we're coming in election to consolidate that peace.
True. Sorry, not to go. As an entertainer, I want to get your thoughts briefly on, as entertainers, or how should entertainers act or not act during elections? Should they be more vocal? Should they stay in the back? What is your opinion as an entertainer?
Speaking as an entertainer properly now, I think, first of all, some of them work there who they do elections where also we get with authority and we guarantee. Now the fact say the fundamental human rights give you the right for associate, for belong, you know, and
without repercussions.
Exactly. Do what you want to do. You understand? So I think it will be unfair now for let we begin tell we compare entertainers then for limit themselves, you know, and waiting them for do, waiting them for do. I think that for be an option or a choice of the particular individual. What it making say, given Sierra Leone, the makeup of Sierra Leone, we're still struggling with a lot of things, understanding, you know, with the height of maturity. We still need for strangle people them along, for let them understand certain things. So you don't want for like put on too heavy on them. But also I think say it's a matter of choice. Like me, for instance, I choose for do this. I choose for remain neutral and side with the people. Just highlight those issues we will bring development and make people understand the thing they will go do. Just like in team them, you know, most popular. Team they will go do, we will make a country scatter. The team they will go do, make go before. Just bring them to them every time. And one of the reasons why people will always listen to this voice now, because they will look so, they look red, they look green. They're able to associate me, pass them, put the green, white, and blue on me.
Exactly.
So I think given the fragility of the peace in this country, it's important for us as entertainers. Because one of the reasons we go back to the people them, we grieve for make we become, now then make we rise to that height of stardom. So we're not them back with the talk to, because now the same people them, especially the young ones them, we are the perpetrators, and we are both the perpetrators and victims of violence. So I think it's important. But everybody getting right for belong who I want belong and do what they want to do. I think we have to respect that as a society going forward.
Definitely. What advice, as an entertainer, once again, what advice do you have to the youth of Sierra Leone, even to your fellow entertainers? Because we have voted, but we still don't know the results.
Yes.
What message of peace and tolerance could you give the people out there for this upcoming week?
Yeah, I think we don't do a very good job, and the world they look at we get big praise. We get big praise out there. Please, let we continue for let's alone maintain that praise day. And as they say, the time with the patients for wait, they only allow the one that we get the mandate for process and call results, for actually go through the process, for make the election be transparent and let them call out a credible result. So it get for take that time for make them process them.
So patience is one thing.
And no say we're eager, we don't go do them. And I think let we commend Sierra Leoneans. This is democracy. The eagerness to come out, to want to speak, for one to let them voice them be matter. You know, we saw that, and people also this election will not just be monitored by observers. It will be monitored by Sierra Leoneans as well. We saw that, and that is beautiful in a democracy. Yeah, but also we want to give chance to due process. Let we allow the time, and then so that people will come out when the result then come out, then will actually be transparent and credible. So let we continue for be patient. Let we sit down, and the advice not to just go to citizens, they go to everybody at the country, including. I mean, just everybody basically, including we will vote, we will belong to the political party. Then let we all patient and allow the process for go on. And when it come out, at least we all will be sure say it's a credible one. I think say that I'm able to advise people.
Great stuff. We spoke earlier over breakfast, and you said something that's still sticking with me about after the elections, about forgiveness.
Yes.
To whoever wins.
Yes.
Can you repeat? Because I wanted to have a mic this morning. I've been once mic on me and when we talk. Yes, but we don't come back. I'll go back to the crew. We don't come back. So while you repeat what you touched me this morning, where you talk about forgiveness after the elections.
So basically, when they look at, let's say this, I'm saying this as a citizen of this country, not necessarily an entertainer. First of all, these now elections. Elections can go either way. Let me establish that. Elections can go either way. So we're saying to whoever win, what you would expect as a citizen, what you would expect to whoever win. First of all, we expect say whoever win for coming as a kumbra, for heal the nation. That are your first job where you get for coming as a kumbra, as a father figure, which you are.
Whether they voted for you or not.
Yes.
Put that in the past.
Exactly.
Okay.
For heal the nation. Healing the nation, I would say it will take two ways. First of all, for able for heal this nation, we must of all we go for be able for forgive. Because not to all side and vote for you. Not to all man will like you. And like I tell you this, when I say Saloma will start sing. You get some music the way they sing for you. The campaign.
You go try out before
that still resonate with you. You still hot, you're still so to be able to embrace the nation, because now they can rule. That's how we vote for me, or you say you left the will not vote for you. Now you're coming to rule the nation.
Everyone.
So you first of all must be able to forgive, understand, say this now so campaign they go, and not to all man go. Basically. And secondly, after you don't forgive, now for embrace the nation, for bridge the gap, because we don't see Sierra Leone divided by tribal lines, political lines during election, but I think this election was the height of it. So now as a leader, anybody will emerge the winner. You get the work for camp, heal the nation, for bridge the gap, because you said you don't want to inherit a divided state.
Exactly.
And also, like I said earlier, for be able to open the space for conversation, for dialogue, because that's what democracy is all about. We open the space, let people talk. We expect the government, we go actually take in criticism, actually look at how we go form that as part of the policy formulation for address the needs of the people. But I also go forward for say, we're also expecting an opposition we go criticize constructively for the betterment of this country. Not a one way, anything we government do, bam. Anything we government do, bam, attack. We criticize constructively for the betterment of this country. And also know that you have a responsibility, for make you help development for go before. And I mean, if we do that, basically, we, like I say, open the space for dialogue. You find out, say, I mean, as a country, we all able to participate. We in democracy allow participate how we, for let the country go before. And I think there's a lot of things. Personally, as an entertainer, I expect to see, because we also see our entertainment play a very, very key role in both, the political campaigns. So I expect, say, will be a fallback plan so we can boost the political rallies because we have the crowds. I hope, say, as an investment policy, I'm happy. One of the reasons I'm happy, Goodluck Jonathan is here. And because Goodluck Jonathan are the man will make a greater investment in the Nigerian entertainment industry. And they talk just music, and they talk entertainment. And from where they take off from that point, they will suicide and they go now.
Yes.
And I think that just remind me, we're looking for government. We expect anybody will come in for actually make a serious investment in an already existing industry, really create employment for a lot of young people. So we take on from the, we want to begin share the international space with international acts, them and the world, bring down the Grammys, so we go able for exports with culture and tourism of Sierra Leone. We will bring more, we will help for boost economy and stuff like that. We want to see a lot of youth being, engaged and other things, because the young people now, we actually get this election. I mean, there are other people when you look at the voter registration, and so we actually we make decision. So whosoever we decide for pass the mantle of leadership to, we expect them to recognize that. Recognize that there are already industries, create more industries. I mean, let the country just flow and be peaceful.
Awesome. Speaking with you, it's hard to imagine you as Wahid of Team Dem. You're so politically inclined now. You know how do you say accents, politics now. What is your future plans? Is it to stay inside entertainment, or do you have future plans on?
Yeah, I can always say entertainment in my heart, and that's for life. But I think we're going into advocacy, because when we look at most of like the CBN is an advocacy, and communications as well. When we look at the young people we target, there are a lot of things that we will not see at these elections. One of the things that we will be clamor for as an organizations. That's why I mentioned, so we're looking forward to government, whoever come, for open the space for conversation, dialogue. The reason why we need that, even in this election, I think violence is one thing where they take too much of our time when it comes to election. We're really not able to dive into the nitty-gritties of the manifestos of both political parties in these elections. We're not able to listen to how the economic, agricultural, education, and health policy will actually resonate. So the last man inside Kabbalah, na Kailaun, na Falaba, na Pujehun, Matru. We're not actually able to capture that. How some of these policies, they resonate to the last man. We able to dive, and that are the only way we will able to hold the one that we will pick now. We're responsible, hold them to them. You said this, and some of those things we record them, But we just weary the manifesto, the 5 big changes, in the SLP manifestos, and then the 10 pointers in the APC man. We actually not dive into them because we didn't have the time, because every 10 years for billing, young people, low left violence. So I think we have to progress to that phase. Election is a conversation, not a confrontation. And one of the things that we are all at the Pledge Me organization and myself to do is, first of all, maybe after this election, take me time, go across the country, talk to young people. What is it that we expect from governance? Some of the things that we maybe share from a personal standpoint. What is it we expect from our government? And perhaps if we're able to develop what we call the Youth Manifesto, I think, and we'll develop the Citizens Manifesto. Let's have young people. This is what we expect from the one that we can stand. Now this we want. Now this we want. Now this we want. And I tell you, once election, we force to put out the manifesto. And if we do that, I assure you, Double D, you find out the political parties and they begin dive into we manifestos, because at the end of the day, they know say what we want, now we vote for.
Awesome.
So let the government plans we make for votes them for the next 5 years begin for resonate with the things then we want and expect, and then let it actually be about conversations. Let's have this year we not see the debate. Last year was last election.
A lot of people were surprised.
Yes,
why
we forget debate. We forget it should be more about conversation, development talks. How they can do them, not just for saying that the manifesto is, but how let we understand so that everybody we carried along with the process. So once that happens, they get time for for hate speech, for this or that, for time not there, because we are busy talking development, and that's the phase we want elections to move to. We want election to move from violence to development.
No doubt. I see this year, as opposed to last elections, Sierra Leone musicians have become bolder in actually, instead of rooting for a certain party. First time they go hide. They don't want me to entertain. I want the stadium full up, so I know can't call party. But this year now, I see say artists then. I don't call their name, but they're openly promoting
and top artists.
Top artists. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, first of all, not them right. I think Nigeria don't grow to that level where nobody know they look at, because the Nigerian population is a bit sophisticated, where people understand that people have a right to show, and nobody not able to point finger to the other, because each camp you see a huge number of big musicians in the country. So you're not going to point finger and say this, that, that. Everybody did that. That is the reason, speaking development now, we make us say, we only expect, say, whoever, emerge as the winner for this election, let entertainment not be a fallback plan. Because the reason why I'm saying this, not to like for just go boost the rallies them for the political campaigns. Not to that would use the musician. Let entertainment be a priority. And not to just, like how I say, not to just say, okay, let me pick this my own party artist there now. So now that's not
back to the forgiveness part.
Let's look at, because let's look at the role of entertainment in these elections. One, entertainers then boost the political party rallies clearly.
Awareness.
But most importantly, the awareness raising and peace promotion, where we don't do for years now. I remember after the war, the coming of Jimmy B and Cool Donkey, the song Salon Milan, and all of those songs, they did the role with them play. And some of who will be doing that forever. And we come in heavy with partners them under the CBN, launch the election not to fair. And we did to the last hour, and I'm still here talking peace. So the role of entertainment they play, we can always say entertainment, we're not development partners to the government. So please, we're not just want to be a fallback plan. Make it actually be something we whosoever come now will invest into entertainment. We'll take them to that point where it will begin to be economic. Make it become a money-making machine for,
as it should,
and boosting the economy of the country. Because the kind of role we will play, and Sierra Leone, it's risky still because people don't understand. People are still pointing fingers and entertainers where they do that. But we they help people understand, say, people have a right. Like for me, I can say it's a matter of choice. I choose for preach peace. I choose for, maintain the peace and give back to people and we certify me and make me, arise to stardom. But everybody have a right to do it and they do. And for that, I think entertainment should be taken more seriously to whoever come.
No doubt. I'm definitely down with that.
Yes.
Okay. Finally, what's the last word you want to say to your fans, to the observers, to Sierra Leone, to Sierra Leoneans, Naya or abroad? What's your last words?
My last word now that when early in the morning, the first thing I post, I say, as we go to the polls today, let Sierra Leone be the only thing in your mind. Because I be the follow AYV la Congo Sade AYV. One of the things that we constantly AYV people and mentioned within the interview people, and I say campaign done. Though I mean the voting day yesterday, say campaign on, nobody know the campaign again. So that's not what we're doing. So what I said, I say, let Salon be the only thing within your mind. I say, and in this election, let's Sierra Leone win. And when I say let's Sierra Leone win, I not just mean saying at the polls in terms of peace, in terms of how we emerge out of, after the results, how we accept them, and the gracefulness for whosoever will lose. For come out and be matured and congratulate the other, and also talk to your supporters then for make we remain peaceful. The process of the observers observing the elections for make sure say it's free, fair, and the election come out credible. The responsibility rests on the part of ECSL. It's every Sierra Leonean, both home and abroad, with responsibility for maintaining the peace. So when they say let's Salon win on this election, you know me say you go vote for, you go see one candidate win agree white and blue. No, it means you would think
no matter what
exactly within either in policies then will be best for Sierra Leone, but most importantly, how will it come out peacefully? Because one of the things then we have to say, go and bug development in our country. And development now we want. One of the things that we go and bug development in our country, now we peace not there. So we need for, they say a lot of good things about we out there if you listen to the international news. And let we continue in that path. Let we patient. Like I say, it's due process. Let we allow the process for go on, because at the end of the day, that's one of the ways that is all able to come out credible. But now everybody's responsibility. You were there out there, you were there on social media, mainstream, traditional media.
Journalists, everyone's responsibility.
Probably a fair, impartial, reporting, calm the minds of the people. Now, not to time for begin, raise people. They'll calm people down. Beautiful. And just follow the process to the letter. Salon, big pass, then two political party.
Yeah.
Salon, big pass, any president will emerge for calm. And at the end of the day, Sierra Leoneans, I can say life day after election. After election, we all go back now with different station.
Definitely.
Life goes on.
Life goes on. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Sir Waheed, I make what they call him Mr. Tingden. Once again, he is the Director of Communications and Strategic Planning for the C Beyond Group. It's been a pleasure, and we'll hope to have you back maybe tomorrow.
Oh,
let's chit chat some more. How about
really?
That? I'm almost tempted to have you sing for me.
Oh yes, yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
I can do
let's have just a bit of that Sing Them song.
Sing Them.
That'll be awesome. Right here at Radisson Blu.
Tina we go make we glad. Tina we go make we happy. Tina we go make we country laddie daddy. So we go live in unity. Yes, so.
Yes, so. I'm Double D here at Radisson Blu. Back to you guys at Station 1.
We are now days away from Sierra Leone's dates with destiny, the June 24th general election. In this defining moment in the history of Sierra Leone,
This is the AYV Media Empire bringing to you an Elections Confidence 2023 broadcast, which aims to educate, raise awareness, and reassure Sierra Leoneans at home and abroad that the forthcoming elections will be free, fair, and peaceful.
I'm Anthony Navo Jr. I am the CEO of the Africa Young Voices Media. We run 3 television channels, which is channel 33, 34, and DSTV channel 399. I'm also a youth ambassador. I'm a mentor to a lot of young people in this country. So our role is to provide a platform to different stakeholders, but also keep a balanced media so that you give everyone opportunity, every other stakeholders in elections, especially the political parties, but also the electoral commissions and observers, international agencies, to ensure we have a peaceful, free, and fair election. I want to assure the public that the Africa Young Voices, as the most balanced and the biggest media in Sierra Leone, will continue to provide that platform for our people, for Sierra Leoneans. But I also want to advise young people out there, don't go out there and cause any problems. Be peaceful, law-abiding. Elections day, go there and vote. Vote safely. Go home safely. Wait for the results. Please, 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 please refrain from violence.
Sierra Leoneans, Unakushe, Idris Elba here, proud son of the soil. I send this message for Askuna, please. This re-election, let we do peacefully, no violence. Young people there, now you get this election. Now you get the power. If we born the country down, now we get for build and back here. So please, let me not take the country backwards, because we did go forward. We get for change the narrative. Yeah, not only is the world watching, but the entire Africa, they watch we Sierra Leoneans. Other Sierra Leoneans, we the watch we self. I'm a proud Sierra Leonean. I know you're not proud Sierra Leonean. So please do I send this message. Tell them and say, listen, this election, no violence. Please keep them fair, keep them peaceful. Let me maintain with credibility. Yeah? Much love.
Sierra Leone is a nation blessed with so many historical moments, and June 24, 2023 is now part of that history as we witness another national election. From waking early in the morning, going to various voting polls and casting millions of votes. In summary, I can tell you that this journey has been a roller coaster. Now, the fate of the nation lies on the people, and the people have to decide who will be the next president. Literally, this is not the time to divide, but this is the time that Salon decides.
You observe any chaotic or any challenges where you come?
Well, since I come, I actually not observe anything chaotic or any kind of violence. It was actually peaceful, and it is still peaceful. We are really enjoying the peace of this particular election. That's great for our democracy.
I feel so good because now the term this way I've been wait for. At least as well and keep the saying that you right to vote, and I make sure say I don't cast my vote.
We should now listen now. The result, who that go win, everybody embrace and jubilates.
I'm glad you they look forward to this day, and God don't make it come. You know, they no can save. And when I come, you know, I see the people then gladly for go vote. Me safe, I feel good, and I believe that peace they necessary.
Well, it's very simple. You vote now, you right. So come up and vote. Go now, you don't wait for results. That's all.
But today when I come, I surprised quietly. All man just they go about their business quietly. You go table to table, table to table, till you finish. I don't see no noise, no cost, no nothing. And the people themselves, they respond to the word say peaceful election. And I am the on now.
The message is clear. Voices have been heard and vital decisions have been taken. AYV continues to be a home of credible, factual, and balanced news, and we will continue to give you reliable updates as it unfolds. My name is Johnny Kagbo. Nalo Safu Safu, as Salon decides.
Hi, my name is Jimmy B. My message here today is very simple. Peace, peace, peace. As members of the entertainment industry in Sierra Leone, it is incumbent on us to ensure that we just don't speak peace, but live peace. For a country to grow and reach its full potential, then that country must be stable and peaceful. Our elections are just around the corner. Regardless of the many challenges, our many differences, we're all Sierra Leoneans. Do you me family them at the big? We make sure say we keep the peace for the betterment of Mama Salon. Blessings.
TransferPay promised Sierra Leoneans in America that remitting money back home would be affordable with ease. It was fulfilled with the lowest transfer fees, best exchange rate, and 24/7 responsive customer service. More users upgraded to level 3, and the platform welcomes more subscribers every day. The November 2021 promo of sending money home with no charge and the best exchange rates increased users and the volume of transactions per day. Now, TransferPay is excited to announce the extension of the zero transfer fees and best exchange rate promotion. But to keep this alive, TransferPay needs at least 1,500 additional subscribers on the platform. So join the Refer a Relative challenge or Refer a Friend challenge now. Invite 3 or more family members and friends in America to register and use TransferPay online money transfer. You know me, I'm Samuel Wise Bangura, and I'm participating in this campaign to help 100% Sierra Leonean business grow. My friends and fans, when we're meeting cash from